Destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for
And how are we doing, everybody? Spline Design Studios Saturday. Welcome on in. Hope everybody's having a fantastic Saturday. So far, pretty moist here today. Yep, it's fall. And I don't know how much I like that. But anyway, here we are. Just getting the things loaded up here. We're going to be continuing work from where we left off, I guess, as far as with the Victory Lane structure. I guess as far as for the Texas Motor Speedway track build for NASCAR Racing 2003. Yeah. So, checking to make sure everything is going good. How we doing, Torch? Welcome in, Torch. Getting the shots and slots and all that good stuff in there. You got, how did you do? Nothing on the shot. That, I'm telling you, that bot has been handing duds out, I guess, for syringes there. Nothing on the scold. Your wrist well. Not bad. And nothing on the slots. Cool. Yeah. So that's where we're at. How we doing there, Yasso? Welcome on in. Trying some new settings here, I guess, on the stream here as well. We're gonna see how this works out. Always playing around with that. I tend to notice things in the previous VODs there, I guess, as far as with how things tend to sound and look, and we're gonna see how well this works out first. So hopefully it goes well. Yeah, see, you also got nothing on the shot either. I'm telling you, that shot. That's better. There you go. 91 on that. Ooh. That's almost a jackpot. Nice. Okay, yeah. So this is where we're at. Like I said, I guess as far as to continue the work there. I did do some preliminary work here on a texture. So I've got a bunch of things out here. So I borrowed some things from, say, for example, the grandstands texture for the build. So I pulled out some items from there and I kind of conform them, I guess, to be able to fit within our layer template. I did set this up last week, I guess, as far as to start some layers on here. So I got some railing, I got some seating area, and then I added a little bit of trans area, I guess, to that. What was already there, I guess, as far as for that main texture, right? So that's going to be, we're probably going to be adjusting this quite a bit as we attempt to UV unwrap, I guess, as far as the at least this one here, and clone it over to that, but at least to get this stands textured. And I do have my picture reference here, I guess, the best to go by. So more than likely I will need to add things to our texture, as I said, and we do have some room, I guess, to be able to I think I put the wire in here. I might not have, and if I didn't, I could probably go ahead and add it. Yeah, I think I will do that. I'm going to add the wire to our main structure, from our main structure at least anyway, so that we have that in our template so we know what areas that we can. From what we initially did come to find, it was primarily this area right here that was not being used at all. So I may or may not need to adjust where the trans areas are and things like that. We'll just have to see how this goes. Okay. I figure if nothing else, I'll be able to use areas that are already available to us. I guess that other parts of the structure are being used. I don't necessarily have to add new components here for the stands entirely. So, alright. I am going to turn that down just a tad. I think that's a little too loud. Yeah. That's about better. Cool. Alright. Cool beans. So I got the mouse deal there is working. You have to excuse, I guess, the fact that it started yesterday, I guess, as far as severe irritation, I guess, with the throat here. So if you happen to catch me, I guess, as far as just trying to clear that out there, it's just, I don't know what's up with it. It's not phlegmy or anything like that. It's just some kind of an irritation there. It's crazy. So I've been, just sipping on some honey lemon tea just to kind of soothe that a little bit. It's not sore. It's just very irritating, I guess, as far as finding myself having to clear it. So if you do find me, tending to do that there, I apologize in advance, but, yeah. Okay. Not really allergies, probably the weather. I would probably highly think, it's been pretty damp here, for the most part. This is the second, weekend in a row that it's been pretty moist. And I'm sure it probably does have a lot to do with that. Excuse me. Again, apologies for that. Try to keep that to a minimum. Got my nice warm mug here, I guess, of honey lemon tea. So hopefully that'll help the situation out there a little bit. Very moist. Yeah, I think it's part of the... How we doing there, Apache? Welcome on in there. Alright, just getting some other things set. So one thing I didn't get set up here was the track and sandbox. Now, I'm also keeping in mind that there was a lot of things that we didn't get... I shouldn't say a lot of things. But one thing that we didn't get to be able to do last week was to test the track out. So there were some changes that we made, that I had made, I guess, as far as for the pitting protocols and things like that. We didn't get to test those out. But hopefully, this stream we should be able to get that. I'm feeling pretty confident we should be able to get a majority of this structure textured, get it into the sim, and being able to actually do that. We're in pretty good shape, much more than we were, I guess, last week as far as to get more of the structure defined. So I've got this ungrouped over here. So probably the approach I'll take to this is I got the seating area and then the stairs separate. And I'll be able to combine that once it's all textured. And then once we get that, we'll be able to clone that and put that on the other side, because they are symmetrical stands. As far as having the same on either side. The only difference is it's got the stairs in the opposite direction, I guess, on the opposite side, and then this one. So we'll deal with all that. Okay. I think what I'm going to do with what I got here, and what I haven't done yet, is to save this as a new TGA with all the new elements into that. So I'm going to do that first off. This is the first weekend it didn't rain here. So we probably sent, yeah, you probably did. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, so storm here yesterday, and there's a massive branch on the house. Ooh, yikes! Yeah, I would much like to do without the wind. That's for sure. We haven't had anything like that. Nothing severe. It's just been super rainy. It's just that annoying drizzle type of deal. All right, so let's do this. I need to. So yeah. So here's the grandstands, one that I borrowed from another texture that's available for our track. Kind of pulled some items out of that. In a lot of cases, that's what you'll find yourself, to do. Instead of trying to fumble around, I guess, as far as say like that, use elements that you've already got created for other items, possibly, and go from there instead of trying to reinvent the wheel. So all I did was just pull out areas of this texture here and just kind of cleaned it up enough to and conformed it, I guess, to be able to fit for what we need in our texture for our victory lane. And so far, I'm kind of happy. I was hoping I had a little bit more room than I do for all this, but we'll see how this works out for us anyway. Rain was coming down like no one's business, hard enough for my window to... Oh, yikes. Yeah, that's pretty hard. That's definitely pretty hard. Yeah, nothing like that here, thank goodness, but at least it didn't break any windows, I hope. That's right. Okay. Yeah, so what I need to do, like I was saying, is to create a new TGA based on that. So we do have an initial TGA here, which is this one. And this is from a previous deal there. So we're going to have to save over that. Okay, so I'm just taking note of that. We need to, I think I've already saved this as a layer template, but I'm going to go ahead and do that again just to make sure. Yep, I did. I think I did. So we'll go ahead and save that. So we have that for reference, and we'll come back to that. Now I want to flatten all these layers. File. probably the approach I'm gonna have to take to this, because when I save it as a TGA in here, it's not gonna have the alpha channel applied to it. So the approach I might take to this is actually create a bitmap first, open up in WinMap 2, and then save it as a TGA with that magenta swath in there, just to make sure I have that alpha channel in the texture. Just to make sure. I mean, the fact that we've built the structure already with it in there, it should be fine, but it really relies on what's going on with the texture to have that alpha transparency, I guess, applied to the structure. I want to make sure of that. So just to make sure of that, that's what I'm going to do. So let's do, probably not necessary, it might be a little bit overkill, but I think it's, so yeah, I want to go to layers, merge all, flatten, which I did. Now I want to save this as a bitmap, which I probably don't have in here, but if we do, nope, I don't have a bitmap in here, but that's fine. We'll go with this. That's fine. Now we should have a bitmap in there of that texture, which is right here. Now I'm going to open this up. With WinMap 2. And a lot of this is just summary, so for most, I already know how to do this, but okay, so this is our bitmap that I just saved here. What I want to ensure is to make sure that it has the TJ with the alpha channel. I want to left shift and click that to make sure that magenta swath is in that invisible color. That will ensure me when I save this as a TGA that it will have alpha channel into it. So all I need to do is switch this over to TGA, and pick that swath, and then file, save as, and save over that one. Yes, and we'll close that out. Now when we go into our max, we'll have that applied there now. So we can see those new areas that are already shown there was previously black. So those new areas that I have on there are now somewhat present in there. We need to get them UV unwrapped, obviously, but we initially tried to, if we remember, as far as when we UV unwrap this, we put it in that area of the texture already. That's why it's showing up the way it is. So now we just got to redo it to align up, I guess, as far as what we have in our new texture. That's what I'm going to do next. So we've got this here, double poly. We're going to unwrap, bring up our UVW edit window, and we've got several textures in here. We want to make sure we have this Victory Lane TGA. So we got our mask and also our environment map. We want to make sure we have the right texture, which is this one. We can see where we initially did unwrap this as far as from a previous stream, and now we'll just be able to adjust from here. So this is all the wire for that, all that piece here that I've got highlighted here, I guess, as far as for the UV unwrap. That's what we'll need to adjust. We'll go polygon. Let's do the seating area first. We'll do this. Oh, nothing on the slot. That shot, look at that. That stingy little son of a gun anyway, huh? Oh, 97. Oh, ouch. Kind of back in the red. Yikes. That stingy bot anyway. Alright, so now we got this piece highlighted. I'm going to do a quick planer on this. Alright, so you can kind of see what's going on here. So all that does is just aligns the piece that the polygon that I've got selected. Now I can take this and put that in that seating area. Our makeshift. I'm going to turn off some of these other pieces here. We don't need all of those just yet. Alright, let's expand this out a little bit. I'm going to move this over so you can see what's going on. Possibly. It's probably feeling my pain too, yeah. That's probably good. Alright. So you can see that adjusting on here as I adjust this poly. What I want to see, because I've got this piece over here, I'll be able to see orientation wise. So that is there, okay. So I need to turn this. I want to have it over on this side. Either this side or that side. So we'll shoot for the, let's rotate that. Okay, we can go that way too. Yeah, I think we can screw it. We can deal with that. No, So you can see this here, that's that over here. You can see how much of that I've got. Develop that poly into. That'll work. And just like I've mentioned before, what I'm trying to do here is just kind of make it all relatively 2D, and applying more in the texture just to give it that 3D effect. So we're trying to keep this piece here relatively low poly. We don't want to have all the individual, you know, all the 3D steps, I guess, as far as for the seating itself. We don't need that much detail into this thing. In much the same way the grandstands are, as far as for the front stretch, are done in much the same fashion. There's really no need to have that much detail, I guess, as far as in these types of items. Okay. So there's our initial seating area for starters. Now we're going to see what we can do with these railings. And I don't think, as of yet, I don't have these double-sided. So for now, it's only going to be on the outside. You remember from last stream, I only had them the poly on the one side. So once I get this textured, get it all on unwrap, UV unwrap, I'll be able to detach these pieces, clone it, and then flip those so that we have a double-sided rail. I know it's racing related, but what exactly is this? This is it's a victory lane for our Texas Motor Speedway track build. I should say torches. You should be here with us in chat. Let me go ahead and open that up there. I know I got it kind of ahead of myself. I wanted to get that open, but I'll go ahead and do that. Yeah, this has to do with it's a victory lane structure, and you will be able to access this too. And this is why we're putting a little bit more detail to it. It's a pretty prominent structure, I guess, as far as for victory lane. So being able to go to the victory lane after you win an event, I guess, on the track. Yeah, this is probably, you know, with that being said, it's been probably a good, how many streams now that we've been refining this thing over and over and over again. And Torch has been working on other things while we're doing this. But it's like I said, it's a pretty prominent structure in the infield, and that's why we're putting as much emphasis on it. And this is kind of gives you some idea, reference-wise, as far as what potentially we're going for the look of it. And the stands that I'm working on are these stands right here that flank the main. This is where the car would come in, as far as the winning car. Then you have the signage, whatever. For that, you have like a press booth here, as far as for media and all that stuff, fenced off and all that jazz. And so, what I'm primarily working on here now for this structure are these stands. These seating areas here on both the flanking sides. So that's these pieces right here. And we've been able to use the LiDAR information as far as the real world point cloud information, I guess, to get it to where it needs to be. I guess as far as we've had to use a lot of picture reference, I guess, to be able to come to where we're at right now. I guess as far as to understand how this is all designed. And now we're to the point of just being able to texture it is all. But yeah, there's a lot of things. We could really go nuts with this thing if we wanted to, but in the I guess in the keeping optimization, I guess, in mind, we don't want to add so much to it that it's going to weigh down just the overall usability of it. Coming through the pit area, we don't want it to lose frame rate, for example, by adding too much detail. You could definitely go nuts, I guess, on this if you really wanted to, I guess, as far as to add every little intricate detail. Like there's little banners over the gated area. You could add that. We're just kind of adding things a little bit at a time just to kind of see, and then we test it out in the sim, see where it's at, and then if it allows for it, then we kind of leave it that way. But you always want to make room, I guess, as far as to be able to spank some of the detail down, just in case it does present itself to have to do that. So yeah, this is the structure that we are currently working on, which is at the, like I said, the Texas Motor Speedway. And this is relatively current. This is from the last race that they had there last weekend, or was it the weekend before? Probably the weekend before, because I think last weekend they were at Kansas. This week, I know I've come to find that they're at Martinsville, so that's another fun track too. Torch did a build, an update on that track too, not too long ago. that turned out pretty well. Most of the tracks that Torch, we've been assisting Torch on, you know, assisting Torch with, they've turned out pretty dang great. Alright, so these are railings. That's where we're at here. So I've got this highlighted here to be able to add some railing, I guess, to this poly. And as I was saying, we don't have the inside polys here. So once I get this all textured, I'll be able to segregate that out. We'll wait until this is all done, texture-wise, and then we'll be able to attach those individual pieces because of the way this is designed, and we'll be able to clone it, flip them, and have a double-sided rail. I know that sounds like redundancy, but I have to make it clear. Even to myself sometimes. So, that selected. I'm going to do quick cleaner. And all that does is just realign the poly so I can adjust it to what I need to. So, here's our piece that I just selected. I'll be able to apply that here. Alright. I'm just lining it up to our rail piece here, and we'll see how that looks. I might need to... Yeah, so this would be... I put this in here, I guess, as far as if we have any shorter ends. So I might need to scale it down to, like, say, this. In fact, I'll go ahead and do that. Yeah, this might work a little better. Alright, let's see how that looks. So there's our initial railing, so I already don't like how that looks. Yeah, it's kind of stretched out, but we'll... I can definitely tell it's stretched out for how big this pole is in here, so I might have to scale that back a little bit on that side. Let me put this into view. It's probably going to be on this end, yep. Just kind of half this out. That might not be too bad like that. That might be pretty decent. So if I half these poles, and then once I put the other side on there too, it'll make it look more like a full post on the corners there and such. Okay. So there's that. Hard to get this all on one screen, but... So I'm going to do this to all the rest of the rails, like this. Cleaner. This might be a little bit more... Yeah, I was wondering how I was going to do this one here. So this is going to be a little bit more trickier. I may try and see if I can straighten this out. Because the fact that it's angled like this one here, one of the methods you might want to use in some cases, if you've got the room on your texture at least anyways, to kind of leave it in this conformity. And then just align your texture just as far as what this, the way this is oriented. I'm going to see what I can do with just trying to straighten it out and to see how it looks. If it doesn't work out for us, we'll have to think of another method here. Yeah, let's just go like this. But there are tools in this UV edit, this UVW edit window, I guess, as far as that could potentially help us. So it may not be too bad. So I'm just looking at this as I apply this here to see what it's doing. I think we'll be able to get away with this, I think. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into vertex mode here. Grab that. I'm going to pull this up. You can see how that's affecting that. Yeah, I think this will work out. Alright, so all I'm doing is going to stretch this out just a little bit so that what I can do is actually go like this and straighten it out like that. Oops, got the one there. There we go. Yep, I think that's going to turn out just fine. Yeah, that straightened it out there. In some cases or whatever, it may not work out much the same. And it might force you, I guess, as far as to have to leave the poly in that conformity that I've prior to me straightening it out in order to get that to look like, you know, proper orientation of the texture on the poly. Later, are you going to test the... Yes. I don't know if you caught that or not there, Torch. That was one of the things that we did miss out on last week. So I still have that in the game track directory. We just didn't get a chance to get to it. What I would like to be able to do definitely is to be able to get this model constructed. We run it through Make 3DO and all that good stuff. Get it so we can test it in there along with all those settings for the pitting protocols and such like that. Absolutely. Yeah, we kind of lucked out. We usually try and get things done enough to be able to test the track out, but yeah, didn't work out, I guess, last week. Okay. So now what I can do is I can half that post out. So we can line it up with the other half of this post in the corner. Keeping in mind all this this pinkish area, as far as the magenta, that's all going to be trans. We'll be able to see that once we get the model constructed. Finally, a pittance? What do you mean? Oh, you got, did you get one? Yeah, you did get some. There you go. Yep. About gave you a little bit. Let's see that. Alright, let's go like this. And I should go to poly mode. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so lining that up. Woo, crap. One wrong. This one. Zoom in on this a little bit. So I can see how this is oriented. So we've got, yep, that's exactly what I want. So we've got these two posts here. You see those right here. So what I want to do is close this up a little bit. Like that. Now I'll probably be able to go through this and actually grid snap it for the rest of it so it's all nice and clean all the way through there. In fact, what I might do, I'll intentionally leave a little bit of padding on this, and so that I can do that, so I'll be able to grab those first for those individual. Yeah, it'll make sense, I guess, as far as when I come to it. But I'm gonna basically just over exaggerate, I guess, as far as where the texture is, so that so I have enough room to be able to select those individual verts and grid snap those, so I get them all lined up. So we got a short piece right here. This will come in handy with this spot. That's kind of why I kept this in the texture. Add this, do a quick planer. Alright, this down. That'll work pretty nicely probably for that. There we go. See, now that's what'll work. Oops, crap, wrong button. That'll work nicer, I guess, for the shorter runs here like that. Yep, I think that'll work out pretty good. And again, I'm gonna intentionally just over exaggerate, I guess, as far as where the edge of the polys are, so I can potentially grid snap those and it loosely put on there, so we can get an idea as far how this railing is going to look. Now, understanding too, this may not be how the actual railing looks. They're more of a vertical instead of a horizontal. We can change that in the texture once we get it textured. Like I said, as I was mentioning, as far as I just grab this from an already existing texture. If we want to change these vertical, we can do that in the texture once it's mapped. So for now, at least anyway, we can, yeah, so not too worried about that. Yeah. Okay. Continuing our work here. Let's try to move some of this out of the way here so we don't have so the way I did this, obviously, like I said, as far as I had that railing is separate, so we'll be able to map that separately from below it, say, for example. All outside polys, we'll get that. Quick planer that. Okay. Size that down. That over here. There's something kind of relaxing, I guess, about texturing, especially when it's pretty simple like this. Especially when things do line up, I guess, like you're hoping they do. Yeah, so the fact that we're seeing in the render scene here, I guess, as far as for max here, this is not actually textured on this side. That's just the way it renders in here in the in this case, the perspective view. So if I was to render this, for example, those will not show. There'll be nothing here. Yeah, so there's nothing there until I double side that. Okay. Right now we're working on this piece. I see that. It definitely did there. Yeah, so. Alright, so what side are we on here? We've got, yep, it's perfect. So I like that orientation. So we got this piece here on this end. So it's a one-to-one representation of the texture and the poly that I'm working with on the actual stands here. Go like that. Something like that. Cool. Nice. So I think what else I'll do, so it's mostly just black, I believe, down just below, from what I can tell. So I don't know if they got that tarped, I guess, on that below the platform. So what I'm thinking for that, we don't need a whole lot of real estate, I guess, for that. For example, we can just put that like in this little strip here. I think that's what I'll do with this. At least for now. At least for now. Alright, that'll work. So I'll just shrink this down and put that right down in here. So yeah, because there's really no pattern or anything like that to this area, I don't need a whole lot of real estate on the texture to be able to accommodate that. So I'm gonna leave a little padding, I guess, between the seated area. So that'll at least get that like so. So now we can tell the difference between the rail and that front side. Dang it, I did it again. Hitting that button. Well, I'm gonna end up screwing something up here. I'm not careful. Alright, so I know there is some railing, you know, as far as support system or whatever, as far as for some of this. I'm just gonna make this all black below the railing there for now. And we'll see what we can come up with, I guess, as post fact. I think I'm just going to make this black all underneath the railing, so I'll put most of these pieces here just in this area, kind of overlap. Although, and we're not applying any ambient occlusion to this piece, so there's really no reason, I guess, to not be able to overlap polys in a sense. If you were to consider doing some ambient occlusion as far as AO bake, you'd want to make sure that your polys aren't overlapping. As far as you get not so spectacular results when you overlap polys, I guess, as far as the way the shading get created. So I'm going to take these two polys and that. I probably didn't need to do the quick planer because it was already done, but here we go. This is the orientation of that. You can see that orientation. We got platforms here. That would be this part. Orientation in this case for that, again, doesn't really matter because it's only going to be just a solid color. There's no pattern or anything applied to it. So as far as how much real estate we need on it for the texture, it doesn't matter. Now, if we were to consider, I guess, to put like a support structure or something in there, then obviously that would make a difference. But I do have a little bit of area here to be able to work with if need be. As far as if I want to put some kind of support system instead of just making it a solid black. So that's something that I'm keeping in mind, I guess, as far as for any adjustments in that fashion. Okay, so let's get this, we'll crunch this down. Let's put it right down in here. Now I'm not really too worried about, you know, how, whoops, I'm not really too worried about how wide or anything like that. It's just, I don't want to smush it too far down, I guess is all. Smush it down just enough, I guess, as far as so that it, you know, fits in here and gives a little bit of padding between the other parts of the texture too. Well, we'll just do it like that, that'll work. So now we got some black on there. We'll do the same for this one. That should already be, yep, so just step this down. Same fashion. I'll probably end up cleaning it up once I get these all kind of somewhat in the general areas that I want them to be. And once I collapse that down, I'll be able to clean up, I guess, the mess that is the wireframe, I guess, as far as for the model. Post fact. And a lot of these aren't too difficult, I guess, to be able to select just from the viewport either. So if I got them way too wonky, I guess, as far as in my UVW on-ramp screen at a window here, I can select them from here and take away, I guess, the polys that I don't want. It'll make sense, I guess, as far as once I get to that point. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, so that should be mapped there. So good there. Let's get this one. Now, keeping in mind what we did here was we eliminated any part of the poly that is not visible. That might tend to bite us if we were to put, say, some support system on the stairs. So like if we put a transparency in there, it would look weird, I guess, as far as to not have that. So if we need to adjust that later, we'll do that. What I am going to do is much the same thing. So anything below the rail, I'm just going to make it black and just have the railing around here, and we'll just see how it looks. Okay. So we got that. Shows in, where's that at? That is right there. So we definitely have to do a quick planer on that one there so we can get that piece. All right. And this, I'm just going to put it in that black area again for starters. Put that down. Yeah, so I can put, quite a bit of stuff in here without... It doesn't do any harm to overlap polys. In most cases here, you just want to keep the wire to the model, I guess, somewhat clean. And we'll know for sure, I guess, as far as how much more we'll have to clean it up, I guess, once we collapse it and check out the wireframe. So every little piece that I'm mapping, I guess, to this area, it's going to be like kind of spaghetti in here, for lack of a better way to put it. So if we find it necessary, once we do that, when we see how much spaghetti is in there, we'll be able to clean that up by selecting those polys and just kind of clean it up a little bit. I cannot really tell by picking, like I could probably do this and bring this back, for example, so you can kind of get an idea of what all I got in here. So far, I'm not really too worried about that, as far as it looking like that. Just to get it textured, that's all we want. Just for now. Okay. Yeah, let me turn it back off. So right now I'm just filtering just the piece that the poly that I'm actually working with so far. Alright, I'm gonna do... Oh, that's the stairs. I got that as a separate object. Okay, so we're only working on, currently, is just the seating area. So far, I think we got that all done. The only thing we haven't done is the platform, as far as the steps themselves and the platform. Okay, so that's going to be a little bit trickier. So let's try platform. So the stairs here are a totally separate item. I'll have to map that independently the way I've got this design. Okay. So there's our platform. That should show right there. We definitely have to quick planer that. All right, this, I think I'm going to put it... I might end up changing that seating area just a little bit to some... I wanted to just get... I wanted to get a clue, I guess, as far as the orientation of that poly to this area. Probably end up removing this. I could probably use this for the stairs. And then just use one row. Yeah, I got an idea here. That's an idea. Let's see how this works for us. So yeah, I'll probably end up using this here for the steps. There. Okay. Alright, so for this platform, do it like this. Yeah, I'm liking how that's oriented. That's good. I could It even goes so far as to go just one row. This just for that platform. That might work. So that's our platform. And what I'm gonna do on the seating area, like I said, I'm gonna bring this down this way. Just to remove that. There we go. Now I'm gonna use this area, like I said, for the stairs themselves. That'll be a separate, I got that as a separate object here in the scene. So that should make the entire seating area map so far. Cool. So now I'm going to move on to the stairs themselves. Okay. Cool. Texture's already applied. All I got to do is just unwrap it. And open a window for that. Populate our texture. Make sure we got the right texture. Span that out a little bit. So we can see where everything for the stair area, I guess, is mapped initially right all in here on this side. You can see that wire. We'll need to redo that, obviously. Alright, so polygon. Let's start with the steps here for starters. Right here. And we're going to quick planar that. And for these, an eye on that right there. Probably going to need to turn this, but let's see how this works. Yep, I can already tell them I need to turn it this way. Yep, that should work. And now we'll go like that. Zoom in on that. And there's our stairs. Okay. Now, platform. Now we saw how I mapped the other platform here was just in this one row on that part there, so I'll probably line that up much the same way. This spot. We'll do quick planar. Wow, just for that little area, look at how big it makes that poly. Alright, so let's do this. Let me get an idea of orientation for this. That should work, I think. Just like it is. Alright, let me bring these polys back. Oh shoot, it's not going to be able to do that. That's right, it's a separate object. Alright, so I'll have to get this generally lined up here. I'll be able to clean that up after post-fact, I guess, as far as when I collapse it all together. Just going to put it on this one row. Like so. Alright, how's our orientation here? So we got the black on that edge, okay. Yep, so this is that black area. Might actually flip this, let's do it this way. Yep, let's put it on that side. Yeah, I think that might work better. Let's put that, keep this in this row. Oh, actually, from the looks of it there, it does need to go the other way. Do that right there. Let me render that real quick. Ooh, man, that's too whitewash. Let's do this. Environment. Wow, why is that so freaking bright? Let's do this. Do the tint down a little bit. Yeah, I can definitely tell. You can see what I'm looking at here. You got this little bit of a noise that's on here. It needs to be the other way. Yeah, so it was flipped the right way in the first place. Okay, that's all. Select that, and we'll flip it back down. There we go. There. See, now that'll line up. So let me render this again. Just those little minor things like that, I guess, as far as to make sure that it's nice and fluid all the way across that. We don't want it to look like it's actually a separate piece. That one in. Now, got our steps and our platform. That's the first step. Now let's get the outside rails here. Initially, that's right there. We're going to go quick planar. And just like I did before, because that's slanted, I should be able to straighten that out. Just like I did on the other side. See how that works out for us. Okay. Actually get this. You can see the orientation of that there, so we can see that part of the signage. That's right here. And then that little part of the rail. So we're in good shape so far. As far as orientation of the poly to the texture. Yep. Straighten this out now. So I'm going to go into vertex mode. That out a little bit. And I'm doing it this way just to kind of give me some room so I can straighten it out. Otherwise, if I had them too close together, when I go to straighten it out with the tool here, I won't be able to. They'll just put it too far out on a whack. So I always like to give it a little bit of room. See, now I can grab these two verts, straighten that out. Whoops, my bad. These two verts, straighten that out. And grab these two, but do that on the vertical. And on the vertical. Sweet. Now we'll go back into poly mode. Alright, so how are we doing orientation wise? Okay, so we got the short end. I might actually flip this. I want the short end, I guess, to be on this end for the poly. Let's flip it that way. That'll work. Cool. Alright, so there we go. Awesome. So now in this little area here, I'll be able to put this short run rail. Far so good. I'll grab this. Yep, there we do a quick planer. It's amazing how big it, when I do the quick planer, how just that little piece, it makes it so big in here. We're gonna scale it down. I'd rather do that than to make it too small, that's for sure. Make it tough to be able to grab it. So how we doing orientation wise? So we've got, yep, I think that'll work. Yep. Definitely work just like it is. Cool. Oop. There we go. Not too shabby for starters. Okay, now we got to get outside of here. Same deal. We'll just apply that in the same area. The short run. Do I need a quick planer there? I'm gonna go ahead and quick planer there anyway. Still nothing on the shot. Yassel's the only one that's been able to get something out of the shot there so far. Nothing on Scold either. Wrist and oh yeah, ouch. Torch. Yikes. Ouch. Nothing on the slots either. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it must be payback, yeah. Getting back for all that jackpots whenever you got the one stream. Alright, so I'm gonna double check orientation. So we got that on that side. That's a 1-to-1 representation. Cool, I like how that looks. Doesn't like the rain? Yeah, it could be. Doesn't like being moist. It's upset that it has to be wet, and it's making everybody else pay for it. Okay, go. I might need to shorten that up there a little bit, I guess, as far as that, but for starters, that's not too bad. I'm happy with that so far. So that's all the outside rails. Now we need to get this below the rail. And I'll grab these two polys. Yep, planer on that. And we'll shrink that down in that little sliver of black. Might have to turn this a little bit. Ear edges. There we go. Alright, so we're going to put that in that little sliver below the seated area. I'm going to turn this. And again, since we don't really have any pattern on this right now, at least for anyway, we're just going to keep it a solid color. We don't need to be concerned with, at least for starters, just for initial. Where's my rotate? Okay. Don't see my rotate. Oh, there it is. This way? Let's do that, and we'll flip it that way. Nah, we'll keep it the other way. I'm good with that. Cool. Since it is facing that. I always like to try to keep things one-to-one, so as I see it in the viewport, I want that same orientation of the poly piece. That way, if I ever do need to select it, post-fact, I guess as far as I know exactly what I'm looking at. And the fact that these, like I said, these polys are so pretty easy to select in the viewport here, as opposed to in here, the way I'm scaling them, it'll definitely help me differentiate them, I guess, later on, if I need to. Oops. Yep, we're going to squeeze that in this area again. Just like that. That'll work for now. Cool. Alright, we're getting there. Now we need the front side of that. Okay. Planer on that. Oh wow, that's got a little bit of a wonk to it there. Why is that not straight? Oh, okay. This must have been the way I cut that. I see it does have that little bit of a angle on that. I end up straightening that out after, but okay. Good to know though. So that same little bit of a jank here, I guess as far as there, it's actually showing up in the poly here, which it should. That tells me that orientation is one-to-one, so that same orientation, even though it's not the same shape, more like that, that gives me an idea that it's in the proper orientation anyway. Alright, that's cool. Didn't necessarily hear the GPU fan, I just want to make sure it was still running. Okay, where are they going with that? I need to put it in that black area, that's right. Right up in here. We'll squish this down a bit. Yeah, I'll straighten that out later once we get this all mapped. That should do. Yeah, so just kind of really trying to show, I guess, as far as how much, if it's an area that, like I said, it doesn't have a pattern or any type of sequentialness, I guess, as far as to the area, if it's just more or less a solid color, there's no wrongness, I guess, as far as to just scrunch it down and uses least amount of real estate, I guess, for that those types of areas as possible, and put more focus on the areas that do have, you know, something like the railings and the seating and stuff like that. That has more emphasis, I guess, as far as to have a pattern to it. So okay, so I guess we don't have a vert that's snapped here. I can already see that. I'll have to fix that post fact once I'm gonna go ahead, and I think everything is mapped here now. Got our platform, got all our outside rails and the outside panels there. I need to snap that vert. It looks like on this you can see there's a little bit of magenta there. It's not a gap, it's just part of the texture as far as on the front panel here. And it looks like I need to fix it more in the staircase itself. So let's go ahead and collapse that down. Yes. And now what I can do, let's go in here too, since we got that all done. For starters, collapse that down. Okay. That's just to get rid of the UVW unwrap modifier. Now we can make some adjustments to model in this fashion. So, is it more the... Oh. So is it more on this piece, or is it actually... Let's do a vert snap. In the world. Trying to tell if that is... What is going on there? What is that piece even? I wonder if that was a remnant from when I cut out that there. That could be. I don't think I need that. Honestly, don't feel I need that. Let me see here. Oh, I don't think I need that piece. I'm going to delete that. Okay, turn that off. Alright, so how is this vert? So we want to check the Y on this. 160, so, oh wow, it's just a shade under 161. Okay. Yep, those are both good there. So yeah, it's going to be mostly on the stairs there. Cool. We'll go into the stairs and set that to protector. That should be, yep. And this one's set to, yeah, this one's 161. So we need to copy this. Where did that vert come from? That's an empty vert there. We can get rid of that. Oh, no, I guess we can't. What in the world? Where is that going to? Interesting. Oh, and move that down. Figure out what the heck is going on with this here. What is that even there for? I'll be dang. I don't know why I got two verts there, but anywho. We're going to set this to this. Copy this value. Get that straightened out. That one's good, this one is not. Okay. Then I'm going to snap this. I don't know what that one's doing, but okay. I'm going to vert snap that. There. There. Oh, we should have that closed up. Cool. Go ahead and render that. Yep, I think that'll do. Way. This should be empty all up under here. Yep. So that's our set. Yeah, you can probably barely make that out there, but you can see the railing here, and you can see the bottom edge of that staircase here, and all of this is hollow. That's why I wanted to double check. So there's no back facing, I guess, as far as in this end. We don't need it because they're not going to be able to see that. All right, so we got that all fixed. I think we're good to go so far. Not too unhappy with that so far. I think at this point here, I'm gonna go ahead and save this, save the scene, so we have it to this point. So that way, if anything goes wrong beyond that, we'll be able to have this as our new starting scene. I'll keep it ungrouped. That should be fine. So in our items list, we got stair 1 and stands 1, and then this one's already grouped on the other side. What are you toasting? Oh, it's on cooldown. Yep. Yep, those are at a premium, so. Bot says, I don't think so. I see, that's why he did the toasty. Cool. Yeah, so I think we're not looking too bad so far. I don't know how I like just having the black on there, but if it will eliminate the necessity, I guess, as far as to have to add additional polys to add all that structuring, the support system on there, I'm good with that. Because we're kind of limited in space here. We only got this little bit of area here if we need it, as far as for texturing this. So, alright, that's just something I'm keeping in mind. So yeah, I want to save this scene. Save as, we're going to overwrite this one here. Cool, so this is where we're at right now. Now, I think with that saved, I'm going to go ahead and try to collapse these two pieces together. And then we'll look and see how our overall unwrap of the model between the stairs and the seating area looks. See if we need to clean anything out. I can pretty well guarantee we're going to need to clean some up as far as do some grid snapping and such. Okay, so we want to take our stands and the stairs, our hammer, collapse that together. And we didn't see the texture get all wonky. That's good. Sometimes that'll happen, I guess, as far as when you collapse two pieces together. Didn't see that happen, so that's good. Now, while I'm at it here, let's do a effect pivot center. And also want to reset the X form. And go. Yep, so that looks good. Collapse that. Now I'm going to reconvert this to an editable poly. Okay, now we're here. Now everything's collapsed using the same texture. We didn't see any of the texture get crazy or anything. That's always a good sign. Now, from here, with it all collapsed, I can open up another unwrap and see what it looks like this way. Bring in our texture. Now you'll really get a sense of this as far as how spaghetti a lot of this will look. How much we'll need to clean it up. So here's all them areas that were black that we put down in this area. I'm not really worried about how that looks. Just as long as it's got enough padding between the seating area and other parts of the texture, that should be perfectly fine. Now if I go like this in poly mode, oops, let me grab that though. So all of those pieces here, those should be highlighted there. So that's all those parts are in everything here that's highlighted. And that's exactly what I was trying to go for. So that's good. What I do want to pay a little bit closer attention to is the railing. So see all these areas I kind of over exaggerated this, so now it'll make it easier for me to grid snap all these together by either over exaggerating or under exaggerating, I guess, as far as that initial one that we did. I'll probably be able to snap all these, this one here for example, this one to here, and so on. Okay, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to put grid snaps on, go to vert mode, and we can kind of get a sense of where we're at on the model. Let me see if I can get this in here. So we're on this vert right here. That should be on this front piece. So yeah, I only have the outside of the railing done. I don't have the opposite side just yet. I want to fix this up first before I actually detach it and clone it. Okay. Grid snaps are on, so we should be able to snap that right to them. And I want to go all the way around this thing and do the same thing. On this one, yep, there's the bottom. Cool. Let's snap that right to there. I'll also get this one while I'm at it too. Yep, snap those up. There we go. Just to kind of clean the wire up here so it's not all spaghetti. We don't want that kind of spaghetti. Where's this one at? Go into our model here and see where that one is. Whoops. That one is... oh, that's over here. Okay. Where's this one at? That one's there. Oh. Snap that. Wow, I got a lot of spaghetti in that. Yowza. Okay, let's go ahead to polygon and we'll grab it by viewport. So there's that one and this one. Okay, so the first initial one that we did, this top one here, so that's going to be our baseline. That's what we want to be able to grid snap all of this to. Okay, so that's that one. Okay. All right. It's hard to get all this in one screen. Let me spank this down a little bit. There we go. Let's go back to vert mode. Definitely snap. Oh shoot, I lost it again. This is gonna be fun. I didn't leave enough. This is why I was trying to keep them under over exaggerated just a little bit, so you can definitely see all the individual verts here, but it's hard to just determine, I guess, as far as which one I want to keep and which one I need to snap to. I was hoping that would be a little bit neater. This one I can snap. There. That one can go there. Going with my gut on this one here, so that's going to be our extreme there, so that's cool. Now, yikes, this is a mess. So where's this one at? That, I think, is... There's that one. That's where I want it, right there. So that vert that's right here. Okay. That vert right there. That's the vert we'll need. Actually, I didn't. Might end up adjusting that pulse back, but let's get it all to this one first, and then we can go from there. All those to that vert. Go. All the way there, so that one is the opposite end. Cool. So we want to get all these verts that are here. We're going to get it all snapped to that vert. All snapped to that one. So. And what about this, that one? That's on rail. And what I'm looking for is a bottom vert. No. There it is right there. So we want to get them all snapped to that vert. So. Oh crap, what are you doing? Did you wonk out on me? No. No. Okay. There we go. Probably be able to clean this up even more so, I guess, once we get these all grid snapped. Alright, let's see where we're at here. Why is it so far up on this end? Why are you not straight? Okay. Everything appears to be snapped. I wonder why that's on an angle though. That should have been straight across there. Right? No problem. We're going to do it this way then. We're going to take all these verts like that and straighten them out. There we go. Only one way to fix that problem. So now if you go all the way across this here, we'll be able to see the same amount. Yep, so nice and straight all the way across the bottom. Cool. There, so this will make our rails for this. I'll do the same thing on the top here too, looks like. Straighten those all out. And just make sure we're not bleeding too much into the, got a little bit of padding between the edge of the texture and the transed area. That looks good there, all the way across. Yep. We got rid of all that spaghetti of the vertices not being all grid snapped anyway. That's nice and clean. This will ensure that both sides, when I do detach these rails and then duplicate that, it'll be all nice and uniform, both sides. And that's both for this part and the stairs. So these should all line up nice and clean now. Render that real quick. Yep, I'm not entirely with that. It looks pretty good. Let's check the other side too. Yeah, let's check this side here too. Yep. I am not displeased with that. Oh, cool. Alright, so now we'll recollapse this mapping. So we're good on... Here, let me double check this platform piece here. So this is the other thing I want to grid snap. I want to grid snap. So this piece of poly was that small little piece on the top of the stairs. Kind of figured I wouldn't get those exactly where I needed to go, so that's revert mode. We're going to snap that there. There. Ooh, not to that one. Alright, get there. We need to... Got it. That. There we go. Work. Much better. So now we know it's a much more uniform piece on both that part there and there. That should blend that in almost perfectly now. Render that. Wow, it's still so whitewashed. Hold on a second. Environment. Some more tinting out. See how that does. Alright, so I guess we'll be able to change our background color there. So blend it in. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Change our background color. A little more contrast to that. Not too much because we got pure black, I guess, more or less on that. There we go. Yeah, I'm not. That's pretty good. So now what we need to do, since we don't have the inside railing, we got that all grid snapped, I guess, as far as on that, to have a uniform set railing, I guess, for the inside now. Ew. Let's collapse that down. Okay, now see how I want to go about this. So I think I'm going to do it all in one big chunk. So all this railing I'm going to detach as one piece. So I can just clone the whole thing, be able to flip the poly so we'll have a double side, I guess, for that rail. Polys. Poly, yep. I'm going to grab that. Around here. Like that. Grabbing all those rails, we're going to detach that as object 2, that'll work. And I'm going to pivot under that. And it should be as an editable poly. Sweet. Now all I have to do is select all those polys again. They already should be. And just flip them. Yep. Go. So now if we render this, we'll have on this side as well as that side. It'll be perfectly uniform on both sides, so it'll line up regardless of what side you're looking at. Let's zoom in on that a little bit. Perfect. Alright, not totally unhappy with that so far. So yeah, whether or not it'll introduce, we'll have to see how this looks in the sim, but for now I think this is not too bad. So we'll have transparency on the rail on both sides, and all this will be solid underneath it. You'll still have your seating area. Now, as I mentioned, as far as I do understand that there are some support systems here, I guess, as far as for like the stairs and stuff like that. I was trying to eliminate, you know, having that, because we're kind of limited on our texture as far as what we can put. We do have this little bit of area, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to be able to add those types of elements to it. I figured I'd just go this route for now, and we'll check it out and go from there. So far, I'm not 100% unpleased with this. Yep, so what we'll do at this point, so we got this clone piece over here, we won't need that one, we'll go ahead and duplicate that. Actually, now that I think of it, I should be able to, yeah, I think we'll be alright. I do need to move that staircase in a different orientation for this one here. Yeah, we can do that, no problem. Oh, I guess we can. I liked it better that way. I had the two independent pieces as far as for the stairs and that, but I'll still be able to work with it. Yep, basically. Well, it's not going to be 100% mirror because the staircase on this side is actually different. So if we were to mirror it the way it is, that would be going in the wrong direction. And actually, I can kind of do this. So if I do that, if I clone it just like it is, yeah, we'll leave it as stands 3 for now, just to kind of know what's going on with it. So if we go like this, bring it over here, and turn it 180, probably not going to be right. In fact, I know it's not going to be right. Now, the way I've got it here probably will be just a mirror thing, but the way it is in the picture, you can see the stairs are like this. Well, it's on this side, going towards the back. So we're going to have to change that orientation of the stairs for that. So the way I did this here lastly was just to mirror this. I turned it around, and obviously the stairs are going to be going on that side, but that's not where we want them. So I'll bring this over here anyway. We'll rotate this 180 with a angle snap. Degrees. Go. And we'll put that roughly spot here. Yeah, see, those stairs are going to be on the wrong side there. So we're going to need to break this one down and put them on the proper side. We'll adjust it accordingly. Now, this other set of stands that I've got here, I don't need them. So this grouped piece, get rid of that, and we'll work with this one here. Oh shoot, did I take out the wrong one? What the heck did I think? Oh, I know what I forgot to do. Shoot, I forgot to redo. Okay, I see what I did. I forgot to reattach, I guess, the WAPs. Okay, hold on. Let's undo that. Yeah, I know what I did wrong. Got too far ahead of myself. I was only going to use this as a guide just to kind of prove that we do need to make some adjustments to this side. But all right, let's keep that one there. We need to reattach these pieces here now. All right, let's do that. So we got our stands 1 and our object 2, like so. We need to recollapse that. Get our hammer out. Selected. Good. All right. Back to pivot. That. That's good. And we also want to reset the X form. that'll work. Install. And return that back to enable poly. Cool, now it's all collapsed. Now I'll be able to clone it and go from there. Let's go ahead and clone it now as a copy. I'm going to leave it as stance 3 just for now, just till I get it initially in position. I'll turn it to, I'll rename it to stance 2 once we get this in place. Alright, agreed. Snap. Cool. And position here. Yeah, so it looks like that's all I did do last time too, is just put it, but that the stairs aren't need to go on this side. Only difference. Or this one. So it's kind of a mirrored image, but not 100%. I mean, if we wanted to leave it like that, since we do know basically by picture reference that it is there, I want to be able to put it the way it actually is. Okay. So now we can get rid of this one. You know what I might do? Might not be a bad idea. I'm gonna keep this, just rename it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do this. So I'm gonna do this as a stand 1. I'll name this stand 1 donor. This way, if I do want to go back to that point to be able to adjust some things, I'll have it in the scene here at least anyway, as opposed to just collapsing it all and just getting rid of it all together. So this has got the individual pieces for the stairs and the seating area, and prior to doing all the railing and all that stuff on both sides, so I'll be able to have some type of starting point for that. So I'm gonna do it this way and just hide it. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I feel much better with that. Now, for this piece, I'm going to rename this to Stands 2. Like so. Now, I need to break this apart a little bit. So what we need to do... Now, when I look at it from this perspective, it looks like this thing is on an angle. If I go top down, so definitely not. Who the heck did that? Mrs. Firebat coming in with the scared the crap out of me. How are you doing there, Mrs. Firebat? Yeah, let's go top down view. Yeah, so I can definitely confirm whatever it's not on an angle. When I put it in this perspective, this little piece here looks like it's kind of going off on an angle, like, to that direction. I can confirm it's not. It's definitely not. What is up? Yeah, what is up with you? We're doing some 3D modeling here. We're putting together a Victory Lane area, I guess, for our track build, Texas Motor Speedway. Just to kind of give you a clue. If you got any other questions, feel free to ask. That's why we do these streams. Kind of a chillax stream, though. We'll be able to get into once we get this thing compiled, we'll be able to get it into our track, and also be able to do some little bit of racing. Be able to check these things out. That's our goal. All right, so I'm just kind of figuring out how I want to go about this. I think what I'll do is I'll select all these polys. Oops, let's get out of that mode. Oh yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Okay, so I want to make sure I get both sides of the railing. See if we can do a drag select. That might work. Yeah. I want to redetach this so I can put it on the other side. Okay. I'm going to have to, once I get that over on that side, we'll be able to know how much we need to peel this up. So I'll probably have to detach this piece so we can remove any polys that we got on the underside. Just like that one is. I could go so far as to include this, rotate that around if I wanted to as well. We'll try it this way method first and see what it gives us. Yeah. Let's go detach. That's fine. Now we got that as a separate piece. Now we'll go effect pivot, center it to that. Now we need to move this stair over to this side. And then I'll do a 180. Actually, I don't even need to do that. Now that I look at it. So we need it this in this orientation. We're going to have to detach this side here and put it on the opposite side. That's what we need to do. So we need... Yikes, Mr. Fireback coming in with some bitties. How many biddies was that? Holy mackerel, thanks for the biddies. Oh, what did I do with my activity feeds? Shoot. Hold on a second. Noise. 104 biddies. Appreciate the biddies. Let's just do this. There we go. Gonna get that to work. Let's get some hype out there for biddies. I don't have a biddy emote, unfortunately. That's a lot of biddies, though. You'll be back with you for a while. Cool. I appreciate the alert. Oh, that's right. If I remember, Firebat had mentioned against you guys. You guys are doing some ooh, more biddies. I'm not biddies. Yeah, you guys are doing Halloween over at the fire station, right? Something like that. I think that's what it was. That sounds like fun. It is Halloween week, dear. And I guess it's probably fair. The fact that it's actually tomorrow, officially, yes. It's not like I haven't forgotten it. I just didn't really do anything. I did something last year, I guess, as far as I guess put some decorations up for Halloween here, but I guess I didn't do that this time. Nice. Well, you have fun at the festivities there at the fire station, and yeah, we'll see you back here. Okay, so I'm just contemplating this as far as how. Yeah, what did I say I wanted to do? I wanted to do attach all this here so I can put it on the other side. Alright, so the railing is double-sided, so I don't have to worry about that, but this is not. So I'm going to have to do these probably independently. Yeah. I think I will do them independently, so I'll take and detach the railing, do that first. Then this, because what I'll have to do with this is flip it so that these polys here will facing proper direction. Yeah, okay. So let's do the railing first. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Not in a good way. Yeah, cheers, Torch. Cheers. Okay, so let's do. I want to make sure I get both sides of this rail. That's the only thing. I'm gonna try drag select. Oh, nope, I don't want to do that. There we go. I think that's gonna get it all. Let's detach that and see what we got. Object 3. Alright, let's center the pivot. Good. Now, I bring this over to this side, make sure I got it all. Sweet. Let's do a render real quick. So we should have textured sides here as well as on the other side. So let's do a render real quick. Shoot. Why is that not rendered? Hold on. It may just be because of the way it's the back face calling. It's probably there, but it's yeah. Definitely don't have anything here. Okay, hold on a second. Let me go this way. I'm gonna render all the way around this here just to see what we forgot it all. Okay, that should be good there. I think we'll be alright. I think it'll be okay. So let's do this. Polygon. Yeah, hoping it should be okay. A lot of times what'll happen with is what's called backface culling. The fact that it's not actually showing here as it should be, it's probably still there. I guess if nothing else, we'll always have to just regenerate, I guess, as far as the side that does show and get it reapplied. But I think it's the fact that it's showing it dark and the fact it's not rendering. That's that concerns me. If I didn't get it all or not. So, all right, we're just gonna go ahead with it. So I'll set this pivot. We'll just see what happens. That's the one thing that's kind of bad, I guess, sometimes with doing double-sided pieces like this. So let's pivot. We're going to snap this, or snap this to right now. So now we'll be able to get the Y coordinates. Yeah, sure. Go here, get the Y coordinate for that, and I'll be able to snap that railing to that. I could also just go ahead and take this from where it's at and just vert snap it this way too. Either way, that's probably the quickest. But you can also do it by coordinate. You can get the Y coordinate. Well, in that case, it probably would have been the Z and the Y. So that was probably the quicker way right there. Definitely probably the quicker way. But more than one way, I guess, to be able to get it to where it needs to go anyway. Alright, so we'll turn that snap off. So far we got the railing there. That's step one. Now we need to get this panel, and we're going to need to flip it. So right now it's facing that direction. So once we get on the other side, it's going to be, whoops, facing the wrong way. We'll need to flip it. That's why I did them independently from the rail. Because this one we didn't need to flip it because it should be double-sided. The fact that it's not showing. Let me check on that other stand here. Curiosity. I don't know why that didn't. Let's check it over here. If it's doing the same thing over on this one, then I know it should be okay. I didn't do anything with this one here. So let's look and see if that's not showing here, then I know it's just an issue with backface culling. It is showing. Shoot. Something got goofed up there. Yeah, if this was not showing here, then I wouldn't worry about it so much. So, probably what I'm going to have to do... Don't know why that happened, but... Let me re-render this again. That's that part of that fencing there. I'll need to snap that down, clean that up afterwards. Yeah, the fact that that side of the railing is not showing like it does on the other side, like I just showed, that concerns me. I don't know why. And also, the other indicator for me is the fact that I'm not able to select, oops, into that. So the fact that this remains kind of dark is only telling me there's one side. So I don't know how that happened. I don't know what happened to that other side of that. We got nothing left over here. Just want to make sure. I don't know how that got separated. I guess that's the thing I'm wondering. That's kind of weird that that other side, that duplicated side, I guess just kind of went away. Especially just by detaching and rotating it and all that good stuff. If nothing else, so let me render this. So that shows there. That's cool. What about this side? I'm looking at this poly right now. That's not there. That is super strange. All right. I think what I'm gonna do, just for starters, is leave it like that. I'm just gonna pray, I guess, as far as that is there. I mean, I can fix it if it's not. Once we compile the model, I guess, as far as to make the 3DO. But for now, I'm just gonna leave it like that. I don't see how that should have gone away. Anyway, so far now we gotta get this piece. That is kind of weird that it did that though. That's the only observation I'm making here. Let's go poly this one, attach that. pivot. Under that. Move it over to this side, and then I'll also need to flip it. So right now, so like I got here, so with it turned this way, if I do this, there should be nothing there. That'll be the back face of it. Now if I flip it, first to rotate it, angle snap this. Oh, you know what? I don't even need to do it that way, my bad. All I need to do is select the polys themselves. And that's the back face, and that's all I need to do is flip it. Like so. Now if I render this, that should show it facing out. That's what I wanted. So now we're gonna take, let's snap, move this pivot. Up. Wow, don't be doing that. Doing. Oh, I forgot to put it on effect pivot. Bad. So put it up here. That off, and we can actually snap this right to there. Cool. Now we got it on that side. Now if I render this, we should have the railing and that piece I just moved. Awesome. Okay. Now let's recollapse all that. So we want to take, got a lot of pieces in here. I got the railing, stairs. Oh, I see what it, yeah. I see what happened now. So in this piece here, I do have, it's that railing in there. Okay. Let me hide this for a second. So that's object 002. Okay, render that. Nothing there. Oof, man, I think I goofed that up when I did that railing really screwed me up. Yeah, so this should all be there. Which it is, okay. Alright, let's just try and reattach this. So, this piece and that piece. Hammer. Collapse selected. I'm just worried that I screwed something royally up, I guess, as far as with that railing. There's ways to fix it, I guess, if anything else, but I think I screwed that up just big time. Alright, so poly. Alright, I'm gonna unhide 002. Yep, now I get this one and this one. Collapse all that together. Hammer. Collapse. Selected. Reset the pivot. And also reset the X form. Looks good. And convert that back to a poly. Okay, now with respect, I guess, to the fact that we don't have all the railing on this inside here, that's the only problem. Do there, but not there. That's just, I don't know, it's so weird. Anyway, I'm going to leave it like that for now. If we do find, once we do compile the 3DO, that it's not there, I'll just have to reclone, I guess, that railing, I guess, on the side that does show. Or it comes down to, I don't know how that went away, but that's what it seems to be presenting itself so far. So now what I want to do is bring this thing over to that. And so we're going to reset this pivot. We can snap it right to the vertex here on the stands. So let's go here, effect pivot. We'll do a vert snap there. Okay, and actually I can leave that on. Snap it right down. That should be right where it needs to go. And now the only other thing is we need to remove this poly on the stands so we have that opening there. So probably what I'll do, since we will need it on this side, is I'll just attach that and move it over there. Okay, I think that'll work. Let's do that. So we want to go polygons. Alright, let's hide this piece here. These double-sided rails are kind of throwing me off here a little bit, I ain't gonna lie. Let's rename this here to the stairs. Stairs 2. So I know what that is in the items list here. So stairs 2. And hide that. Now, let's work on this one here. So what I want to be able to do, grab both sides of the railing here. Got the one at least for sure. That's just one poly. I don't know if it's gonna let me do that or not. Dirty rotten thing, yeah. I think this is what happened when I initially selected, or tried to at least on the stairs. It only let me select one poly for some reason. Oh shoot. Be careful with that. You son of a gun anyway. Stop doing that. It's not gonna let me do it. Shoot. At least drag select anyway. So let's try it this way. That's our scaling. There we go. Try it this way and see what happens. Oh, son of a gun anyway. It's not gonna let me get both sides there, and that stinks. Only let me getting the one pot, and I think that's what happened on them stairs. I only got selected the one side of the poly. Okay. Guess that's the way you're gonna be. Alright, so let's do detach. Come on now. Oh, why you gotta be like that? Oh, we gotta... that little sliver of piece there. There we go. Back. There we go. Now I want to move this over to that side. Yeah, I think these double-sided rails are going to give me a little bit of a headache. I guess a little bit, but we'll do what we can with it. We need to effect pivot. Vert snap that to there. Out of that, and then we'll snap that right back on. Cool. Let's render that real quick just to kind of see what is there. What about the other side? Got a feeling there's not going to be anything there. That's what I was afraid of. Okay. Alright. So that's the way you want to be. We'll leave it that way for now. So I guess the only other thing we need to do... Let me look at this other stand here real quick. Yeah, I guess we didn't have any railing on this here. Okay. Just noticed that. So there's no railing on this part. I guess we'll keep it that way for now. Obviously, there should be some railing there. Yep. That's probably something else we'll need to adjust there. So the fact that we will need some railing on this here. We don't need the people falling out onto the stairs, right? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was the way that one was too. Alright, so for now, only thing we've got... Guess I need to detach this one and do it the same way, I guess is that. Alright. Oh, it's not moving it. Getting a little crazy with the clip again. Clickety clickies. Alright, so let's do this. We'll do polygon. Yeah, that's not giving me a favorable result. One poly. So that is there. Not there. I don't know how I'm losing my double-sidedness there. I don't get that. That's what's kind of confusing me right now. That shouldn't be happening that way, but apparently it is. So let's go detach. Don't know why it's doing that. Okay. Let's snap it to there. And then we'll slide that over that side. Okay. Alright. Render that. That is so weird why I'm losing that. That double side. It's crazy. We should have something on this side. Alright. Guess if nothing else, I'm just gonna have to recreate that double side. I don't know how I'm losing that by... I don't know. It's really strange. Alright, let's do an unhide. It's making more work for me than it actually needs to be. Oh, we did name that stairs too. There we go. Okay. Let's render all that. So we should have railing on that side as well as that piece there. Yep. It's not on the inside for whatever reason. Okay. So weird. I don't know how. You normally wouldn't lose that, I guess, as far as you should be able to select both, you know, both sides of the poly, as far as, especially after collapsing. The fact that I'm losing the one side, in this case, in most cases, it's the inside. I don't know why it's doing that. As far as what so I got the inside here, but I didn't do anything with that. All the stairs that I moved here, I'm losing all that inside. I don't know why. Yep, should be a double side there, and it's not. Okay, so this side's doing the same thing. Weird. I don't know. And the other thing that I'm wondering is if it is actually there. We'll have to see once I compile the model. So, because if we notice when we get it in the sandbox that it's not there, obviously we're going to have to add those polys, I guess, to make it there. But sometimes what will happen is, like I said, what's called backface calling. When you have two polys that are so close together, you know, opposing each other in different separate directions, you know, opposing directions, a lot of times what it'll do in Max, or at least anyways, it'll just make it look like it's not there. And that might be what's happening. That might be what's happening. That's what I'm hoping. There are ways to potentially remove the backface calling by, say, for example, just got to remember here now. So we can do. There is an option here in the configuration here for the. Just gotta remember where it's at now. It's been a while since I've had to do it. But I believe... Oh, crap. I'm trying to remember where that was. It's eluding me at this point, I guess, as far as to remember where that is. But there is an option in one of these areas prior to rendering to be able to turn on or off backface calling. And I forget where it is, actually, at the moment. Brain fart. It might actually be in, I can't remember. It'll probably come to me. But there is an option there, and that might give you, and it's not always a failsafe as far as to remove the backface calling. But in some cases here, what I'll probably just do at this point is just get it compiled, get it compiled into a 3DO, and we'll see if we are missing those, we'll just have to add those back in for some reason. How I lost those, I don't quite understand that, but whatever. Just hoping they're still there. Yeah, so we gotta make some adjustments to this. So we gotta bring this down. Let's see, how do I do this? So again, what I can do with this is bring that over, attach that piece. Yep, that's facing that way, so I'll have to flip that. So actually, and this is what I was talking about earlier, I could probably just attach this and bring it over here and vice versa. And that might be what I'll do. Let's do this one first though. We'll go detach. And we'll move that over that side. We'll have to flip it. Flip the poly. Alright, detach. Come on now. There we go. And then we need to back pivot. Center that. And then we'll just move this out for the time being. We're going to end up putting that on the other side. Okay, and then I'll detach these two. So this one and this one. Attach those as a pair. Okay. One here. That pivot, center that. Now what I can do is let's initially move this over to this side. I might need to flip the poly though. It's gonna be faced the wrong way. And I can confirm that by in this there should be nothing there. Okay. So if I flip this, select the poly. And I can tell too because it's got that dark highlight to it. We'll flip it. And now that's the direction we want it. Cool. Now we'll do back to pivot and we want to first snap this. Let's do it at that point right there. Okay, so turn that off and snap it right to that. Cool. Now we should have that. That fixes that up. Yeah. All right. That railing's really starting to bug me. Wait, that's working. Anywho, let's do this. I want to affect this pivot. Where do we want to put that pivot at? So this is going to go on the other side here. So that's still got a hole there. Let's put that. Vert snap that right now. That off. And we'll just vert snap it to that right there. Cool. Now that piece should be right there. Now what we did by doing that is we eliminated any polys that's not going to be visible underneath the stairs. Now the only thing that's going to be showing is what you see there. So we won't have anything underneath here. It'll be all hollow. That was the whole idea of that. Okay. Now we got some pieces to recollapse. We need. So we got stands 2. Let's see what else we got in our items list here. Oops, crap. Let's move this over a little bit so we can see what we got here. So stands 2, I know for sure. Object 2. 4 and 5. That should be all of it that we need to recollapse. There we go. Why didn't it select? Well, that was stairs 2. Hold on. Yep, we need that too. Alright. Gotcha. We need all of that to recollapse. Alright, so I'll go to our hammer. Now what I'm paying attention to, this is kind of a little bit of summary too, when you've got this many pieces, even though they are relatively small, you want to really pay attention, I guess, as far as how it's potentially realigning the texture when you collapse. If you see anything shift at all, you want to tone down, I guess, as far as how many pieces that you're collapsing at one time. I've got 6 pieces here to collapse, just for reference. So when I collapse this here, I'm going to pay very close attention on how, if anything shifts in here texture-wise, then I want to undo that and do fewer pieces, I guess, to collapse at one time. Okay, the only thing that shifted was that. That's good. Good sign. So effect, pivot, center that. And then we'll also go ahead and reset the X form. That looks good. And put this back to editable poly. So now we should have that. What's the exception, I guess, to some of those railings that aren't showing on the opposing sides? we're going to look and see how this looks once we compile the 3DO. If they are actually missing, as far as once we get it in the sandbox, for example, then we'll make appropriate adjustments. But for now, I'm just going to leave it like that. I will probably be adding post-factor, I guess, as far as the railing that goes along this side of the seating too. But again, for now, I just want to leave it just like that, just to see what we have. Alright. So I still got that donor piece for the stands going all the way back to before doing anything that we just did. I still got that original stands 1 donor that I can refer to. What is this object 1? Oh, I think that was that one fence piece. Yep. There. Alright, let's go ahead and save this scene. That'll be our next new starting point. Now, I gotta start collapsing some things together. Make this one model. And so that we can export this out as a 3ds, bring it into our Max 5, and so on and so forth. Okay, I think I do have... Gotta double check here. I did do some cleanup, I guess, on this scene here. I had a lot of stuff in here that I didn't need. Did that. So we originated this from the scene that has the LiDAR and all that stuff in it. So the material palette here, I guess, as far as a little sloppy, but I did take did a lot of cleanup, I guess, with this scene that saved. It's still got the values in here, for example, for the specular and all that stuff for other items. Which we don't need to worry about. The main thing we want to worry about here is right helm. I want to make sure all those textures for our actual Victory Lane object are present, which they are. Okay. I do want to ensure that I do have alpha channel on this one, which I do. Nice. So I know that even that new texture that we've got applied here, whoops, let's do a preview. Does have all those elements in there. It's just verifying. So, all right. Okay. Now what we need to do. We got it saved. I'm just so I'm gonna take this one. I'm gonna do these 2 first. I'm gonna do these 2 and 2. So I guess that's what I'll do here. So I'll go this, that, and then we'll do these 2 separate. Kind of in order here. So we'll do a collapse on this. I'm being very methodic, I guess, as far as about this. As much as I want to be able to do them all at once there, I just want to ensure, I guess, as far as nothing going to get stepped on, I guess, as far as the way the texture is applied and so on. Because that could definitely happen. We've shown that plenty of times before in the past on these streams. Sometimes it's better, I guess, to kind of do it in a step fashion as opposed to just trying to chunk them all down all at once. I'll collapse those 2. Okay, the only thing we saw shift was the transform. That's a good sign. We'll affect the pivot, center that. Now I can get the other 2 pieces. So I'll go Victory Lane. And I want to maintain this, the name of the shape, I guess, as far as this. So I'm selecting that one first. So that's kind of the order of selection here. So I'll go Victory Lane, that, and then we'll collapse all that together. Collapse, selected, good deal, looks good so far. Back that pivot, center it. So now it's all completely a second. Now, keeping in mind, I still have some items here hidden, which I'll need to get rid of. Oh, I guess what's one of the things I didn't get in here as well is our other fence pieces here. Let's get those out here. So these pieces here I won't need. These are our placeholder pieces and such like that. We won't need those, but I do need these. Yep, I do need those. We'll bring those in and we'll collapse that together as well. So now we'll go Victory Lane. That's 1 and 2. Collapse all that down. Yeah, that would be good. Collapse selected. Cool. The only thing we saw shift was that. Pivot center. Now I'm going to go ahead and do all my other stuff to reset the X form. We got everything collapsed that we need at this point. And take a look at the X form. That looks good. So we don't see it out of shape. You know, as far as we don't have corner out of orientation either. We got a nice square uniformity, I guess, as far as our whole structure. That's what we want to see. Cool. Alright, so we'll go ahead and collapse that down. And we don't need to worry about, at this point, to convert it back to edible poly. We don't need to do anything further from this. Other thing we need to do from here is all of these remaining pieces. If we don't get rid of these hidden pieces, it'll actually be a part of our 3DS as far as to make our 3DO, and we don't want that. We want to unhide that and actually select those pieces and get rid of them. And then export this out as a 3DS. We'll go over here. We do have a previous 3DS, which is this one, which we don't need anymore. So what I will do is on this new one here, I'll back this one up. Yeah, let's back this one up. So we'll rename this one to backup or original, how you want to do it. Just so we have it to fall back on if we need to. So actually, let's do original. ORG. It's already got new on it, so I already know what it's. ORG. Not PRG. Oh. Fingers are cold. There we go. Now we can save a new 3DS based on this new compilation that we've got in Max. We'll be able to bring that into our Max 5 to get our pass export. Okay, so let's go export. Modeling, mesh items, 20. Victory lane, 3DS, and 3DS here. So we should have. I need this one here. I'll just take the ORG off the front of it. This is what we want to name our new 3DS. Yes, and this is fine because we're making a pass file for it. Because of the 3DS format, you can only have so many characters, I guess, in the names of your textures. So it's just telling you that's going to rename that. It doesn't matter because of the way we're going to script it. We'll be able to put whatever names we want to the texture. So, all right. So just to confirm, it did create that. There's our new texture, or our new 3DS right there. So we'll be able to bring that into our Max 5 and get our pass export. And that's the next thing I'll do. I want to back up our previous pass file, which is this one. We're going to back this one up. And once we, get everything done, we won't need to keep these any longer once we get it to everything done. So I'll just leave that one there for now. Just something to fall back on. Doesn't hurt to do that. And we'll go ahead. We need to open up our Max 5. So let me switch this over here. Get the Max 5 loaded up. Close out Max 14. And I've already got that scene saved prior to do all that collapsing, so we're all good to go on that too. Don't save that. And let's get out of that. Okay. How's everybody doing yet? Everybody's still with us? Are we putting anybody to sleep yet? Hey, did you get something on the shot? Hey, there you go. Hey, why no winner? You're supposed to do the winner, I guess, as far as when it happens, right? We know shots are at a premium here. You gotta let everybody know. Oh, you did? You did the winner? How did I miss it? I don't know how I missed that. I don't see it coming up, I guess, here in the chat either. I guess as far as usually it'll tell me. No, I mean on the shot. On the shot is what I meant. The fact that you did the woohoo, right? You're supposed to do the wiener. Because like I said, we know shots are at a premium here. Since the bot's being so stingy, that's a pretty decent amount of units of fluid there too. Okay, well, I didn't hear it play, I guess, if that was the case. Alright, so we got that loaded up. Cool. Here's Max 5. So we got to load in our newly saved. See? That one, that's what one I was talking about. See, that time I heard it. That time I definitely heard it. Cool. so we want to import that 3DS. Thank you. It's like, are you happy now? I feel like I'm back on Firebat's channel last night with Straight Ham. He kept taking all my flames. I did the duels with him. It's like, and he took my flames even after I duel. It's like, there, happy? Okay. So we need to navigate to this. Nope, not that one. This one. 2020, Victory Lane, and this 3DS. I know. So the fact that when I lose flames, I guess, to a duel, or even with the roofles over there, yeah. So in this case here, we need to completely replace the current scene and don't convert units. That'll bring that in, like so. And just to confirm the name of our... Okay, so only took off the E, so we'll just add that back. Now we need to go to Material Editor and apply much all the same textures as we did in Max 14 there. So we got to add our diffuse. Do this one at a time here. So we got our diffuse, which is the TGA that has the alpha channel. Like that, and it should populate that already. If it don't, then we got something wrong. So we're good so far. Now we need to go to the specular. Go up level. Specular. We're gonna add our mask for the reflection on our windows, which is this one right here. Okay, and also go down into maps and add that reflection map, not the bump, the reflection. I know that's the mistake that I made previously, because as far as that's always have to remind myself. So we want to add that DDS. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Shoot. I know what I forgot to do. I forgot to apply the diffuse texture, I guess, as far as directly to the model. Let me go ahead and do this and see what it does for us here, but I think... Alright, that might be fine. As long as it puts that diffuse texture to it, we should be okay. Which it looks like it does. What? What the heck is going on with that there, though? Let me render that real quick. Looking at that seating area there. It looks a little funky to me. Okay, this is probably just the way the perspective view is. It looked a little not right. Okay, we're good though. Close. Alright, so just ensuring, I guess, the texture is actually applied. And it is off center, right? It's because it's built in place there, so you can see this is the center. So if we were to consider that this was the center of the track in the infield, that victory lane is going to be in that position, off center. It's built in place, if you will. So we did apply that. Okay, I think we should be good to go. So we got the name of our... Oops, what did I do here? Just making sure that's the name that we want it to be. Cool. All of our textures applied. We got our main diffuse, our reflection map for the windows, and also the environment map itself as a reflection with that DDS. Cool. So we don't need to do anything else other than to export the pass file. But you do have to make sure, at least at minimum, that the main diffuse texture is applied. If you don't do that, it's just going to put a general texture to it, generalized texture to it, and that's obviously not what you want. Okay. Ooh, almost got slots there. Missed it by one emo. All right, let's do export. Navigate to that. Texas 2020 Victory Lane, and we want to change this over to pass file. So that's our backup there. I'll go ahead and select that and just remove the BU. And that's going to be our pass file. And we need it this specific name because of the way we've got it scripted. It has to be this name. Okay, and it was just confirmed that it did save that, which is right now. Cool. So now we'll move over all the items that we need to put this in our Make 3DO directory. Which I already got this populated here. So we need our pass, our main diffuse, apparent texture. We need for our mask, which is the reflection itself, the DDS, and also our scripts. Should be all the pieces that we need. We put that in our Make 3DO directory, like so. That should be all the components, and then all that's left here is to call up. Now I've already got this set up here, because as far as in our Make 3DO directory, I did this all preliminarily. Just making sure I got everything in there. So we don't need to have the MIPS or anything like that in there, so we do have our script. So now that's all we got to do is call up the Make 3DO. So Make 3DO, that calls up the actual application. And since we are using a script, -S for script, and then the name of the script, which is Vic Lane. .psg, and we do have an environment, reflection map to it, so we need to add the parameter -e, so that the command prompt knows, as far as once the Make 3DO program is invoked there, it knows to look for that environment map. Otherwise it won't apply it if you don't put that parameter to it. So if you spit that out, and there's our new 3DO. Now we can initially open this up if we've got 3D Sim Ed. See how this looks. And with everything we got going on with this deal as it is here, we don't want to go entirely how it looks in here. We want to get it in the sandbox, but the fact that it loads, that's a good sign. Yep, this is a good sign so far. Now the fact that it has the magenta is because we're not using it in the form as a MIP that actually defines it as a transparent deal. That's another reason why you don't want to go by how it looks in here. So the next step is going to be to get that new 3DO with its accompanying texture against the sandbox. We're going to have to make a new MIP before we do that, though. Let's close this out. But so far, we're in good shape. The new 3DO does open that way, so we're going to cut this out of here. Okay, and paste that into here. I'm going to back this one up. Again, just for safety's sake. Once we can confirm everything is good to go, we can get rid of it. Okay, now I can take, now we're going to make a new victory lane as far as the parent MIP, I guess you could say. So from here, we're going to take, actually we can probably grab it from here. So open up the TGA, WinMIP2, make a new MIP file. Okay, so that's where we want to be. Open that up. Should already have that in there, so we don't need to change anything there. Just change it to MIP. It's already got that invisible color as far as the transparent area, and that's what we want. Don't need to change anything else. Save as. And we're going to do this as MIP. And let's change this. We don't want it in the 3DS folder. Let's go in here. And it's going to ask me to overwrite. That's what I want it to ask me. Yes. Cool, so now we got our new 3DO and our new MIP. That all out. Now we need to bring our two new items into our track edit folder. So let's go in here and overwrite them in here. And we'll load that up. Yep, so we want to replace that as well as 3DO. Cool. We got all of our pieces right down here for our victory lane. Now, what was last week? That was... Yep, this one right here. The fact that that one has, yep, this was for last week. Here we go, we're gonna load this one up, and that should load up our new victory lane. All our new added stuff. Bot hit you tonight? You're not the only one. You're definitely not the only one, I'm sure, Torch. Okay, give this a second to load up. We might need to take a bio break here in just a second, but I'm gonna make sure this gets loaded up here and see what we look like here first. All right, track is loaded. Oh, that's right. This one doesn't have that in there. Okay, no problem. So we'll be able to load this up in here. That's what I forgot. Yeah, so the fact that it's not in here yet, gotta load it up in here. So let's go to object placement, and it says zeroed out. We have an error list, victory lane. Cool. And it pops in right away, it looks like, too. Nice. So we'll just zero it out. And since we did build it in place, so just putting it right in position. Cool. How do we look here? So the stands are there, that's a good sign. How did the railing turn out? That's the other question. Yeah, that's so we are witnessing as far as it's not showing it on the inside here. So for some reason, those did go away. So that gives me confirmation that we would have to add those back in. Yeah, so the fact that there was. Yeah, check on this side. Yeah, so there's railing here, but not on the inside. So we got the railing here. So it is actually presenting itself much like I thought, which it's totally fixable. But this is how I wanted to confirm that it did actually. Wait a minute, did we not flip that? Shoot, I guess I must have forgot to flip that poly. I thought I flipped it. I know I did on this side. I guess I forgot to flip it on this side. My bad. I will have to fix that too. Yeah, so we need to flip this piece here and also recreate, I guess, those inside railing there. Yep, so on that end as well as there. So the fact that we aren't seeing it in the render, in the max scene, as well as here, that confirms whatever those need to get reapplied. I don't know how those went away, I guess, as far as with all the what I did there, but whatever. But yeah, they're in here. We got the stairs on there, we got the seating area, got the inside railing there, that's cool. For tonight. So over here, we should have all of it here, all of it should show. Let me slow this down. That's not enough. Slow it down a little more. There we go. That's better. It's a little wonky that way. So anyway, we got double-sided fencing all around the stands themselves. That was something we were shooting for. But on this stand, you can definitely see. Wait a minute. So we're missing the wait, what happened here? So we don't have any outside. How the heck did that happen? So we got the inside on this one and no outside. Look at this. How in the world did that happen? So it might have something to do with the way, the method we collapsed it. That could be. I'll have to double check in our scene. But yeah, we're not getting anything on the outside on this one here. So we got the inside, but no outside railing. At least there anyway. So inside is there, outside is not. So same thing here with the steps. What the heck is going on with that? That's weird. That's not what I expected as a result there. Alrighty then. Alright, we'll have to redo the railings at least anyway. We'll just have to redo the railings. But for the most part, it's in there. She in there. You've got a reflection on the windows. It's got that very sheen look, I guess, to the windows. As far as that little bit of reflection on the windows. So that's good. So other than that, a little bit of an issue, I guess, with the railings on the stands. It's the only thing we've got to fix. Cool. We're in pretty good shape so far. So I think that's probably what I'll do. I guess that's not actually a bad thing. I think it's totally fixable. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and save this as a new PTF. Not looking too bad. I was kind of really curious, like I had mentioned, with how that black was going to look on the bottom half, underneath the rails there. I don't think it looks terrible at all. I know, like I said, as far as when you look at the picture reference, it actually, you can see this is sport. Oh my goodness. the support structure, I guess, for the stairs and stuff like that. But I think to keep it a little bit more simplified, just by adding that black around there, I don't think it takes away from it at all. I mean, you can at least still discern or whatever that there is stands that flank both sides of the victory lane itself. Here, let's speed that back up again. Yeah. So we just got some things to fix here. I obviously must have forgot to flip this poly here on that side when I moved it over. I snapped it in place, but I didn't flip the poly. That's why it's got a big hole there. So I'll have to fix that, obviously, as well as the railing. So, and I may just start over from scratch with the railing. I'll start with the original side here. I'll make it all one piece and then be able to get it on the other side and all that good stuff. So yeah, we'll take a different approach, I guess, to the railing. Yeah, the fact that it didn't let me select both sides when I don't understand it. I did not expect, I guess, there not to be any outside. All the inside's there, but not the outside. That's just weird. I may have just not selected that properly as far as what, prior to me collapsing. That could be too. We'll have to take a look at that. Anyway, I'm gonna save this as a new PTF. I went back to geometry view like that, and let's do save as. And this one's going to be, yeah, we already did those pit adjustments, I guess, from last week. We'll be able to test that out here eventually here. Stick around for that. So we're gonna do add new pickle lane, and I'll leave my name on it just so I know what's going on. Cool. Save that, and we can leave that open there just so I know I can. Let's confirm whatever that it did actually save that PTF. So that should be here. There's our new PTF right there. Good shape. Good shape. Alright, so we're going to close this version of Max and open up 14 again. Second here to do that. Let's do new. No, I don't want to save that. Yes, get out of that. Yeah, so we're just going to reload up Max 14 here, and we'll go back to that scene that we saved prior to collapsing everything. Give a second for that. While that's loading up here real quick here, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna take a bio break. Feel free, everybody else, get up, stretch. Get up, stretch, and all that good stuff. And I'll be back in just a minute. You could always make the black on the stand a shade or two. Yeah, I can do that too. Yeah, we can deal with that, I guess, as far as with texture. Yeah, as far as the texture. So everything that we've got so far in our you know, as far as the texture, that's placeholder really for now. So if we want to tweak on it from there, I can definitely. But just keeping in mind all those areas that are black, they're all smunched in, I guess, that little thin strip, I guess, as far as in that black area. So it would have to more than likely stay a solid color, right? All right, so we got this loaded here. I'm gonna take like I said, a quick little bio break. So feel free to stretch, get yourself a new refresher beverage, whatever you need to do, and we'll be back in just a second. Just back over here. So Max, yep, it is loaded. Feel free to play the intro fighters too. I should have that going there on the BRB screen. Just spam any of the, if you play the slots or anything like that, it'll spawn in intro fighters. So feel free to do that. Be back in just a second. Looks like I win there. Looks like I must have won there. Again, this would be the last time I ended Intro Fighters. Kind of a neat little thing, I guess, as far as to have on the BRB thing, I think. Yeah, a few things there to drink there. The torch. What's going on there? Yeah, you can pretty much just anything in chat. You can do emotes or just type pretty much anything in there. Talks amongst yourself, whatever. That'll spawn in.
Let's get ready to rumble!
We already did that. Yeah, so with the Intro Fighters, right? I saw a couple of you must have. I saw skulls, I guess, on there, so you must have died at least once, I guess, as far as in that little bit of a break there. Interesting. All right, so what we need to do is reopen that scene that we saved prior. So let's go ahead, open, navigate to our scene. Oh, what's that I want? Right there. Okay. Okay. 2020. Victory Lane. And 3DS. And we need that one right there. So I do have one previously, I guess, as far as what collapsing. I didn't do that this time here. I just kind of left it. We collapsed it and just made the 3DS. So here we are. Now we gotta fix some things. So on this piece here, should be our stands too. I appreciate it, yeah. So, stands too. Yep. So on this piece here, we've got to make sure that's not grouped or anything. Poly. Yep. So that one is flipped. Definitely got that dark thing. So yeah, that's definitely the wrong way. So let's get taken care of right away. Flip that. Now we're in the right direction. Slight oversight on my part. So I'm gonna kind of go back to our model in here and see exactly. So all the inside railing on this one here is not present. Nope. At least on these. Wait. The outside. Inside is there. Okay. Outside is not. That's what I meant to say. No outside whatsoever on this thing. Okay. Very, very strange. Okay. So we're gonna start from this this point here first, and then we'll go from there. As far as with the railing, at least, anyway. Oops, let's get over on this side. So go to this one. That's all collapsed down. Alright, let me just double check some things here. So if we go like this. I'll be damned, look at that. Yep, so that's all inside. How did I lose all my outside? Maybe that's how it got screwed up on the other one there too. Did that not render? Hold on a second. Hide that. We gotta see what's going on. I gotta take a closer look at what the heck is going on with this piece here. If we render this, we shouldn't have anything on the outside. Sure don't. Oh dang. Did I just forget to hold on? So other than the fencing, object 1. Huh. How did I lose my... Did I delete that by mistake? That must have been where I goofed up, I guess, in the first place then. That's what it's looking like. So apparently when I duplicated that, as I'd have to go back on the VOD, I guess, as far as understanding, I guess, as far as what I did. So it looks like what I must have did after I flipped it, the outside of the rail, I must have deleted. Oh, even noticing that. That must have been what I did, because I don't have it in here at all. So I got my donor piece there. Okay, alright, no problem. So what we can do is, yeah, now that we've confirmed that, we've got all the... Let's Gotta remind myself again. So we got all of the inside and not the outside. So all I gotta do is, that's the same all the way through all this railing here. I need to select this edible poly. We gotta reselect all of that, attach it, clone it, flip it, rub it down. Oh no, I need a body bag. Right? Alright, so we got that all selected. Inside railing, so we'll go detach. Like so. And we go effective at pivot for that. Actually, that's for the stands. I don't need that. I need object 2. Yep. Effective pivot, center that. That's good. Now, got that piece. Now what we need to do is take that and clone it, which that might be what I forgot to do. I'm just kind of retracing my set. I think all I did when I initially detached this, all I did was just flip them. I didn't clone it. That's where I think I screwed up. It's coming back to me now. So I think what I can almost, because I immediately just thought of that as far as I detached it, and all I immediately did, I think last time, was just flip them instead of cloning it first. All right. So I think that is where I screwed up. So what we need to do now is copy that. We're gonna do that as object 3. Now I've got 2 instances of that. So either one of these I can go ahead and flip these. We'll go ahead and take object 3 and flip those. This polygons all selected and flip those. I'm pretty sure that's what I did wrong. I'm almost positive that's what I did wrong. Okay. And I'm sure if I went back on the VOD that would be, but I almost did the same thing just now. Just as far as to detached all that and just flip them right away without cloning it. That's definitely an important part. If you want to have double-sided here, you've got to be able to clone it. Right? So now they got these 2. Let's go ahead and we should have 2 sides now. I just want to verify this. Let's see here. We should have some on the outside. Like that. Whoop, let me zoom in on that so you can get a better idea. And so yep, we do have them on the outside as well as on the inside. That's what we want. So now let's go ahead and collapse those 2 pieces. Okay. That. Do their hammer out, collapse selected. That makes sure centered, and then also reset the X. Oh, I guess I didn't apply it all the way. My bad. Oopsie. Selected. There we go. Good. Collapsed all. Well, yes. We don't need to do anything more with it, so we don't need to be too concerned, I guess, with converting it back to an editable mesh. Or poly, I should say. Now we need to take stands 1. You know what? I'm also thinking too. Here, let's do this. I think what I am going to try and do, I'm going to keep this separate. I'm going to clone it again so I can put it on the other side and we can make the appropriate adjustments to that. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to name this one the Stairs 1. And because I will need to, I will change it to an editable poly since we'll need to adjust it for the other and on the other side. Okay. Yeah. Stairs 1. And we're going to convert that to an editable poly. Cool. And then what I can do is clone that as Stairs 2, and we'll put that on the other side. That'll be one step, I guess, as far as getting that form to the other stands on the other side. We'll have to obviously reorient the stairs and all that too, but at least we'll have this all as one piece. So we're going to take this Stairs 2, that over here. I wonder how that's going to work. I'll probably group it. Yeah, I got a better idea. So I'll go ahead and hide that. I'll group that together so then when I make the stands too, I'll move it all over as a unit. That way instead of doing them independently. So I just got that hidden for now. Alright, cool. Stairs 1. Stairs 2. Okay. And... Alright, I think we should be good to go. Let's double check it. So I should be able to recollapse this. Now that I got that separate set of railing. Take this stands and these stairs and collapse that. Collapse selected. I'm also going to check this once I recollapse this all together with... Now that I've confirmed or whatever that I do have the two-sided rails. Fine. I thought I had that. That's what I had before. I can almost swear I did, but I don't know. Maybe I didn't. We're going to confirm here at least anyway. So affect that. Center that. Reset the X1. Good. Oh, boom. Okay, so that's all one piece there. Okay. Let's re-render this. Oh, let's in here. We should be able to see railing on this side as well as on the inside. All the way around, of course. Now, it could be just me, but I could almost have sworn that we had that last time, as far as the initial time, before we got to this point. Alright. Well, can't confirm. Let's turn it this way. We should have some here and also there. Yeah. Okay. So, that should be confirmed. So if it screws up again this time, I don't know what that is. Now what I'm going to do, with this all collapsed, I'm going to make a clone of this stands. And I know I already made that change over there, so that was kind of a moot point, but whatever. I just wanted to confirm, at least anyway, that what we saw in the model, I guess, as far as in Sandbox, actually was the same thing, and that was confirmed. So we'll keep this as stands 3 for the time being, just until I get this moved over to this side. And then we will just eliminate that one altogether, and we'll have to redo our stairs and all that good stuff, and that's fine. Yep. Alright, let's do a 180 degree snap. Cool. And we're making some progress here. That's what I like. That's what I like. Am I losing anybody yet? It's fair if I am. Okay, let's move this. Alright, so the way this is going to have to be... Yeah, so we've got the stairs on the other side, right? That is going to need to go... Yeah. And I guess I can confirm here. Let's do... That's 2. Yep. So we're leaving room too, I guess, as far as for that stair. I don't know how that's going to work, because I mean, we have a stairwell that goes this way on both sides. I don't know how that's going to work yet. Might have to look into that a little bit more. I might just leave it out. I'm not going to worry about that one as much as the one that's facing the track. Oh, we'll have to see. It's back to not giving anything on the shots, huh? I'm telling you. That old bot anyway, so hide that. Alright, so now we can get rid of stands 2 here. We don't need that one anymore. And then we're just going to rename this one stands 2 now. And then we'll have to reformat. Okay. Now this will work. poly, since we do need to make some changes to it. Righty then. Try this again. So it's kind of like doing it all over again, but this should work out this time, hopefully. So we're going to re-render this again just to make sure. Yep, so we got on the outside and the inside. I'm going to make darn sure this time. Yep. Fill veins. Alright, now this is where it got a little hinky last time because we didn't know that was the case, that we didn't have the opposite opposing sides to the rail. Some strange region. So we're gonna do, I still got this on. Yeah, we did reload this, right? So we're gonna do it this way. We want to get this whole stairwell. Oh crap, I got the front side, I don't want that. Come on. Okay. Let's see how can we do this here. So can we go this way? So all I want is this, the stairwell. Alright, that's better. That's more better. Alright, I'll detach that. Cool. And pivot. That. Cool. Q. Now we need to move this to this side. And we'll have to some polys over, but that's fine. So now I'm gonna do the same way I did previously, as far as just to get all the polys for the rail and then that separately, because I don't need to flip the rail, but I do need to flip the black area. Alright, so let's see how this works for us here. So I got this as a separate object, so I should be able to select these in theory. Gotta go into the polys though for me. Now we only need the railing. How many do I have? 6 polys, so that should be right. So we'd have 1, 2. Actually, that one's split too, I think. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's good. Yeah, the fact that I got 6 polys here this time instead of just 1. We did. But I think there's 2 polys. Yeah, so that's 4 just up in here by itself. Yep. That's 4 and then 5 and 6 on the longer piece. Yep. So that would be all of them. Sweet. Very nice. Okay. So 6 polys is the key. So we want to go detach. Yeah, this is looking good so far. I like the way this is turning out. Compared to the way the last one did. Still hate you, huh? We'll affect that pivot. We'll center that. Yeah, let's initially get this moved out like so. And like I said, I don't need to flip this because we got it already double-sided. So again, just to confirm, we do have railing on that side as well as this side. Boom. Alright, cool. We're in good shape. Now I'm going to move this pivot. We're going to vert snap that to there. Turn that off. Now we can vert snap it there. Sweet. Now we need to detach those polys, flip them, and then get them snapped to that side of the stair. Da, 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 da. It seems like a lot of duplication, but it's actually, we're doing it the right way. It's going to work this time. I'm pretty confident this time. That first go around, I guess, this didn't work out like we expected. Alright, so we're going to select these 2. Detach that. Select that. We're going to affect that pivot. Center it for a second here. Move it out. Now we need to flip these polys. Yep. So the fact it's facing that way, so this should turn dark. Flip it. Like so. Cool. Now we're going to affect that pivot again. Vert snap it to... I forgot to turn the snap on, my bad. Helps when you turn it on. Snap it right there. and then snap it. Oops, let's turn this way. I want to snap it right down. Cool. Now if we render this, we should see the black facing out that way, as well as the railing. Sweet. Alright. Good shape. Now we can recollapse all that together. Oops. So how many pieces do we got to this now? We got that, that, and this. 3 pieces. Alright, so we need to go hammer, collapse, selected. Cool. And then re-affect that pivot. Actually, I'm going to put the pivot, affect this here, I'm going to put it right on that vert. Vert snap to there. Cool. Okay, turn that off and then just snap it right there. Now we got to fix this poly. Understands here we need that cutout piece for the steps. We're in good shape. I think what I'm gonna do for the remaining of this one, I'm gonna delete all this because we do have that stair 2 or the rails 2, I guess, in our hidden stuff, and we're gonna use that. So I should have. Oh, I did that for this. Wait, what did I do? Crap, did I screw up again? No, I didn't. Never mind. So yeah, that was already included in this piece here that we, okay, never mind. So yeah, the fact that I kept this stairs too, probably won't need that. Because I've already reestablished that right here. This is going to be our new stairs too. Okay. Oh, in fact, let's do this. We'll do unhide stairs 2. That was our previous piece there, I think there. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. Okay, let's see here. Hold on. Stairs 2. Which is... Oh, I did stairs 2, you dummy. That was supposed to be... Yeah, so I do have it in there. I just named it wrong yet. Big dummy. Alright, so I do have this. Alright, I'm going to keep that. Yeah. Rails 2. Actually, we can do it. That's going to be a donor piece there. This will be in case if this all screws up here, I'll have that to fall back on. You never know. With the way things have been going here, it just might happen that way. And so we're going to hide that back. Cool. So now we should have that in there hidden. So I had it as stairs for some reason. I meant to do that as rails. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're in good shape. Good shape. Now we need to take this piece here, attach that, okay, and that pivot, center that, and then pull that out this way. We're gonna need to flip that. So we'll need to flip that so it faces the other way. Like that. So we need to go this way. Cool. Q. Now, we'll leave that in, hanging out here for a second. Now we need to go in here and get that on out and flip it and put it on that side. Fill in that hole. Okay, attach that. Pivot, center, yeah, like that, and then pull that out. Let's go ahead and flip that one. Flip it that way so it's facing this way. Cool. Now we'll affect the pivot again. We're going to first snap that to right now. Turn that off, and then just snap this. There. Now, we'll render that real quick just to make sure. So we did kind of miss flipping that, just to confirm that it is flipped. We're in good shape. Now we need to get this guy, back this pivot, and vert snap that, let's say, to here. That off, and then just vert snap it to this side. Like so. Whoops, I see what I did wrong. I forgot to move. Okay, I just forgot a piece there on the other side. Let's hide these stairs. Yep, hide those. I forgot to take this piece out. My bad. My bad. Okay, so we'll detach that. I meant to do that together, but I guess I missed it. Alright, no problem. No problem. Let's do this polygon. Attach that. Pivot. Center. So I'd have it. It's easier to grab it that way, so let's pull it over this way. Flip it. Flip that. Alright, now we're going to do it again. We're going to vert snap that corner off and snap it. There. Cool. That side's cleaned up. Nice. Okay, now what I need to do is we need to take this railing on this side and put it over here. Alright, so let's do it this way. Let's see how this works. Hey, I'm seeing a lot of cool down there. What's going on? Torch. Torch is pulling on probably what he's got left of his hair. Is that how that's working over there, Torch? Alright, let's get this railing here. So we got polygons. We need to get all of that. So we should have at least 1, 2, 3, 4. How did we get 5? Oh, I got that one there, and that's why. Okay, we don't need the seating area, obviously. Do it this way. We only have 4. Yep. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that should be what we need. Cool. So detach that. "2022 farming guy coming on in with the wiener chicken diener." How we doing there? Alright, so we need to do this. I thought maybe somebody got jackpot. I was about to get excited. Not that that isn't exciting, don't get me wrong. But I know Torch has been going ham, I guess, trying to get himself a jackpot and get a solid shot and whatever there. That hasn't been working out for him. Let's affect this pivot. Center that. Yeah, we're doing there, 2022 farming guy. Loser. There's a fail. There's a fail sound thing in the sound panel. Okay, so we got that centered. Yeah, I know. I tried to ask that. Yeah, I was kind of like in the middle of a rating, I guess, as far as when I tried to ask 2022 farming guy, I guess, as far as about the misses there. It's good to know that she's doing all right. 2022 farming guy had a heck of a costume there last night. I chimed in there. Yeah, he had all kinds of. He had the Harry Potter sorting hat on. Mrs. had done it up as a Joker. Yeah, he was having a good time over there. Alright, so what I need to do... So, I don't need to clone this. I just need to take it over to this side completely. So, I don't need to clone it. Let's move it over this way. It's already double-sided. I don't need to do anything else to it. Let's affect pivot. We'll vert snap that. Let's say to right now. That off, and then just snap to that side. Right. Cool. Now we'll just re-render this to make sure everything's copacetic. I still like clowns. Yeah, me neither. They kind of freaked me out a little bit too. But yeah, it was pretty cool. I'll give him that. If you was, you know, the fact that it is Halloween, if you're trying to freak anybody about it, scare anybody off, you know, as far as that would definitely do it. That definitely did it. Yep, so we got the double side there. Sweet. I think we're in good shape so far. Now we just gotta bring our stairs back. Which should be object 4 here, yep. Cool. Now we need to recollapse all that down. So we got our stairs. That. Let's go to our items list here and see what we got. So anything other than, yeah, so all this needs to get collapsed, really. I might do this in you know, a little bit of systematic. I don't want to do that all at once. That's another, how many items? 6 items. It seemed to work fine last time. We'll try it. If I don't like how that turns out when we do all 6 here, I'll just get a little more systematic with it. Yeah, try this here. So we got 6 pieces that are selected. I'm going to pay very close attention on how the model looks, I guess, as far as after I do that. If anything turns like a flip normal or anything like that, obviously that would be too many. It seemed to work out good last time, so we'll see how it goes. Pennywise, what about Pennywise? Yeah, he's a super freaky. Oh, cartilage damage. Yeah, Pennywise is pretty good. And it wasn't anything more serious. No, exactly. Nope. I do have command for that too. And the sound alerts. Nope. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and collapse this. So go collapse. Selected. Alright, that seemed good. We didn't see anything turn dark or anything shift. Ooh, that was a close jackpot, almost. I almost got it. Alright, so that's collapse. We need to do effect pivot. Center. And at this point here, we'll go ahead and reset the X form. Looks good, so we'll go collapse stall. And we don't need to do anything more to the object other than to just name it stands 2. So I guess I didn't, hold on. That's the hidden stuff. Just making sure. So I get rails 1, keeping that on standby. Yep, this just needs to be renamed stands 2 is all. Okay. I must have not selected them properly. And again, it's all about the order of which you selected them. I probably didn't select stands 2 and then whatever other piece prior to that. So it renamed it. So I obviously have to name it back what I want it to be. Let's do that. Stands 2. And I'm also, just for the heck of it, just convert it back over. Even though I don't really need to do anything to it, to the model, I'm just going to convert it back. It's just habit. So this one order should be stands 1. Well, yeah, let's convert these back to double poly. What do you mean, gave yourself a win? Where? Oh, with the, yeah, I'm right with you earlier, asshole. Where'd you give yourself a win? Did I miss something? Yeah, I don't know. Did I miss something? So I just convert that back to double poly. So what I'm doing is getting this set up here for a new scene save is all. So I want to bring out the fencing and that object. There we go. Cool. Now I got everything. This is going to be our new starting scene, I guess, for our scene. I think we're going to be in good shape here. So let's go ahead. Save as. There we go. Cool. That's going to be our new starting point. Okay, so everything that we've got visible in the scene here, we need to collapse this down. Yep, so we're going to go this. Let's do, I don't want to do this. Let's do that. And, oh, wait a minute. How did this get named as stands? Hold on. Oh, I meant to put that as stands 2. Why didn't I? Okay. Stands 1, stands 2. So this should be stands 1. Just making sure. I'm gonna have to resave that. I realized I didn't have that way. So let's go save it again. Cool. Now, I think the way I'll collapse this, I'll take this one of the stands in that object, and then we'll do the other 3 independently. There we go. A little bit more systematic here. Collapse selected. That looks good. Pivot, center. And then we'll get the other 3. Victory lane. Fence, stands. Okay. Collapse selected. So instead of doing all 6 at once again, I'm just taking a little more systematic approach. I just want to be ensured that nothing's going to screw up model-wise as far as the way the texture's applied. I don't want any potential for any of the polys to flip the normals or anything like that. That's why I'm doing it a little bit more systematically that way is all. So these did kind of turn dark here. That's one thing I tend to look for when I collapse things together. I don't think that's going to be an issue. We'll definitely be able to see once we compile it into a 3DO. The fact that I can still see the texture and didn't turn completely dark, that happened, same thing over here previously, so I think we should be alright. That's the types of things that I look for, to see if any shifting of how the texture and the shading, I guess, as far as in the perspective view here, in this case orthographic view, appears itself. I always like to take a closer look at that to make sure that it's going to be okay before moving forward with collapsing. Alright, so I got... Yep, all of it's collapsed at this point, so we're going to consider that to be good. Consider that, and we'll also reset the X-form. Cool. So that's the conformity we want to see. Nice tight box all the way around that. And by tight, I mean it's not... This box here is only going to go to the extreme of whatever you've got going on with your model. It's not going to conform, I guess, as far as, you know, be a tight spline, I guess, all the way around this, for example. So it's going to make a box around the furthest extremities, I guess, of it. So between here, 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 and over here. If we don't see that, if these corners, say for example, were out of position, then that's definitely a problem. So you want to make sure. Usually what I do when that happens is I'll apply the X-form once, I'll collapse it, apply it again to make sure you get this. And it's just an extra step that I usually start to add, especially when you're modifying against the model to the degree that we're doing. That's definitely to ensure, I guess, as far as you get this, this is what we see as far as like this. Nothing's out of shape. It won't always do it, but in some cases there, depending on what you're doing to the model, it might have this out of shape where this orange that's around here will be not square. You want to have this or whatever in order to make sure that when you bring it into Sandbox, any model for that matter, to make sure that's going to have the proper rotation, the proper orientation when you put it into wherever it is you're taking it to. Alright, that's part of the reason for the X-form. In some cases you won't want to mess with the X-form. You want it to be out of shape, but in this case we do not. We'll collapse to all. Since that is good, and we don't need to reconform that to enable poly at this point. So this is what we're potentially going to export out. Now what I need to do is get all the garbage out that we don't need, like so. And so anything that's not victory lane, it needs to go away. Delete. Whoops, my bad. This first and then delete. There. So now all we got left is just victory lane. Cool. Now we'll be able to resave this as a new 3DS. At this point here, go back into here. So that 3DS that we changed here, we're just going to overwrite this. I'm just going to overwrite this. I still got the... If I wanted to, I can go like this. In fact, I'll go ahead and do that. I'm going to delete this one. Just rename this one to original, and we'll just save ourselves a new. I already know that other one's way earlier, I guess, as far as we got We don't need it, just put it that way. So that one, now we're going to save a new 3DS. Redeemed 500 units of fluids. Oh, okay. I forgot I had that, actually. Yeah, I forgot you can have it to where you can redeem some of your channel points for fluids. I almost forgot I had that, to be honest. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out again there, Torch. I forgot I did have that. So we do have the option. Same goes for the other channel point redemptions. You can have it converted to that. I guess it didn't show up in chat, though. I just have to take your word for it that it did work. Okay. Let's go ahead and save this as a new 3DS. So in this case, we need to export. Modeling. Cache items. 2020. Victory Lane, 3DS. And 3DS. So you want it as this one here. We'll just take the ORG off it. Save that one as a backup. Yep, I already know about that. That's normal. So just to confirm, it did save that 3DS. There it is right now. So now we can go ahead and get out of this and open up our Max 5. Alright, so let's get that done. Don't save that. Get out of this. Okay, so let's load us up Max 5. Reload that newly created 3DS. Get it all set up, just to be able to export out as pass, and a new 3DO. Yep, she's yelling at me here. Okay, Max 5 engaged. Alright, so let's do import. Navigate to our new 3DS. This is 2020 Victory Lane. And we need this bad boy. Completely replace and do not convert. In our case, there we go. Alright, let's spin this around. So there's our model. I gotta get the textures applied. So, materials, diffuse. Yeah, so that was kind of good point, I guess, to make when I had everything populated as far as the mask and all that stuff, the environment map and so on. When I did the apply, the fact that it applied properly without, I don't want to put this. So in some cases, what will happen is if you have all your mappings applied as far as your specular and your environment map when you're doing this type of thing, a lot of times what will happen in the scene when you go ahead and apply it to the selection, you're gonna get all those applied all at once, and that's not what you want. What you want to make sure is just that they're populated into, and I think I've made that point before too. So the fact that it did apply properly in that fashion, that was kind of probably a fluke. In a lot of cases, that's probably won't happen that way. So you just want to be careful, I guess, as far as how you're doing your textures, especially when you've got the reflection with the transparency as well as your reflection map, that being the environment. So the fact that, if anybody was paying attention anyway, when I applied that, all of those were populated in my material editor, and it did only at least apply just the parent texture as far as that parent diffuse texture. And obviously you saw the result of it as far as bringing it in the sandbox. So that won't always be the case. So the approach that I always recommend to do when you have all that going on with the textures you need to apply, always ensure just to put the diffuse texture first. So with that populated here like this, for example, as a diffuse texture, I don't have anything else applied. I'm gonna go ahead and apply that to the selection, and then from there, all you need to do is add your specular, go through the motions here, go as a bitmap. Now we need our mask for our windows. Okay, And also, and then we do our 5 and 25, which I don't think I did on I don't think I did this prior to export there, so that's probably a step that I missed. So I'll do our 5 and 25 on that. And then go to maps. Now we should have those two. And then we're going to add our reflection, which is our environment map. Right there. Okay, now from here, you don't need to. It's not necessary to have to go and reapply this all to the selection. As long as that diffuse texture, that's what's going to tell prior to pass export that the texture coordinates, the UVW, as far as for the texture mapping that we did previously in the other Macs, that's all you need is that. So the fact that it did work when I did it last time, that was probably a fluky thing. That's not always going to be the case. So again, the takeaway from this is to only apply your diffuse, your main texture, directly to the selection, and just populate in everything else as far as your specular and your reflection map. But don't go back into apply it to selection. Hopefully that's understood. Just to ensure that's, it's not going to apply like a duplicate, I guess, of either your reflection or your, for your windows or the reflection map. That being the environment. Anyway, I'll get off that soapbox for now. That's a common mistake that I've done, I guess, as far as in my experience with that. And almost 9 times out of 10, that's the way it'll go. As far as like if you populate all this stuff in first and then apply it to the entire selection, you're not going to get the best results as far as how it applies it to. And you'll notice that, I guess, as far as when you export the model through Make 3DO. So anyway, we got everything here. We're going to make sure our model is actually named what we want it. Okay. All of our textures are applied, so we just need to export it out as pass. Okay, so go to C, 3D modeling, Victor Lane, and pass file. So select our pass file, and that's our wait a minute, did I do, hold on. I thought I made a back of that. Hold on a second. Guess I still kept that one. So hold on a second here. So let's do, and I'll double check here. So I know I made a backup here. 710. Oh, I didn't. 103710. I do. Okay, so this is the newest one. That one. Okay, so that's all I did was make a backup of that. Okay, never mind. So yeah, we can overwrite this one. Actually, I'm gonna do this just like I did the 3DS. We don't need that, and I'll back this one up. That'll work. I like that better. Cool. Now we can save it. Export that out. Doing a little bit of cleanup as I go along here. I don't like to keep a lot of junk in there that I don't need, that's for sure. Especially after I've already confirmed, how the result of it was. So Victory Lane, 3DS, AS file. So now all I should have is the backup. So I'll do this. Backup, so we have it that name. And that, like I said, that is specific to the way we've got it scripted. Has to be that name. Now all I got to do from this point is just copy this new pass file over to our Make 3DO. We still got everything else still in here. Yes, I'm going to overwrite that. Now we can run our command here again to make our Vic lane. So let's do Rusty Dusty F8, so we don't have to do all that typing. So just keeping it the same as the previous execution, and that should give us a new 3DO. Cool. Now we'll cut this out. Paste that into here. Yes, and copy that into our track edit folder. And then we'll have to reload the track, obviously, with that. And I've got that saved as a new PTF, as I showed previously. That's newer. So we got to reload the track. That new PTF. So that should be. So that's from last week. Here it is, new victory lane. We'll load that up there. That should be our new victory lane. The one we just created here. Halfway to jackpot. Oh yeah. Yep, almost. You've all been like at least one emote off, at least anyway. Alright, so let's load this up and see what we got. How do we turn out this time? So we got railing there. Oh yeah, buddy. So yeah, we got a railing on both sides. Outside and inside. Cool. That turned out good. And I did point this out last time, I guess, as far as we do have a little bit of... It's not really magenta bleed, it's just the way the magenta is actually kind of encrusted, I guess, on the railing. That can be probably cleaned up in texture-wise. So, usually what you look for, I guess, as far as when you consider magenta bleed, is you'll actually see it artifact, you know, for lack of a better way to put it. So, like, as you move backwards, you'll see more and more pink show as far as the magenta. If it does that, then you definitely need to adjust the texture more. The only artifacting that we're seeing is just actually the black bars themselves, and that's common. There's no way you can get around that issue. See how you can see how it adds black to it, and that's just the way it renders, I guess, as far as when you have the way the textures like that, and you have, let's go back to the textures, the way, because they're so small, the way it renders it is it just adds to it. That's just the engine's, the graphics engine's way of fixing, I guess, as far as if not making a big hole there, for example. I guess as far as the texture goes, that's the only way that it can resolve that, if you will. So far, that's the really only issue we have for the fencing. Now, other than changing the railings, I guess, as far as for more of a vertical type of system instead of the horizontal like we got, that can be adjusted with texture now too. Now we got that all done. Let's check the other side here too. We got stairs on this side, and oh shoot, did I miss something? Crap. How did that... Oh, okay, so I see what I gotta do here too. I forgot to shift over. Okay, so I gotta shift this fencing, I guess, as far as to accommodate. It's clipping through the stairs here. I forgot to move that over, I suppose. Yep. So that fencing is going through that. That's okay. That's not a big deal. That can be fixed pretty easy. As far as to move that fencing. Actually, I need to move the entire... Yep, I need to move the entire stand over. That's inside there. Oh, slight oversight on my part. Not a big deal. I'm not entirely disappointed with this though. Yeah, we got all the railings in there. Both sides. Yep. Cool. Yeah, so I think what I am going to have to do, and that might be just something I did wrong as far as not... I got to slide this over a little bit so that stairwell for that is inside of that fencing there. Yeah. Either that or to move... Oh, I got that fencing, I guess, as far as pinned to this post here. Okay, so yeah, I'll probably just move the stand over so that the stairs are inside of that. Not a big deal. Cool, I'm not. So the other thing I wanted to look at, we got the reflection on it. Cool. And I'm not seeing any other major problems, I guess, with this so far. No major issues. I think we fixed all of them that we did encounter there initially. So yeah, we got the stairwell on the side there, at least anyway, on both sets, and that complies with what we see from the picture reference. Let's kind of put it here for a second. If we look at our picture reference and bring up our camera view, see if I can get these both in the picture here. We can see we've got that there as well. It's the same on the other side here. We got that stairwell there. So yeah, I think it turned out pretty good. Sweet. I think that's I'm gonna leave the editing, I guess, to the model, I guess, a little bit there. What I really want to get in here is being able to get it into the sim and check out some of those other things that we weren't able to check out last week. So I think that's we're in pretty good shape, I guess, as far as the look of this here. With a little bit more tweaking on here, I'll get that all compliant a little bit better. But I'm happy with the way this has turned out so far. So whether or not to just kind of add to this, right? First, we would be able to add 3D people in the stands if we wanted to, and I don't know if there wouldn't necessarily be a way to populate them, I guess, as far as just at post checkered flag. So it either have to be just during a race, for example. Still haven't figured out, I guess, as far as what that state switch is, I guess, as far as for checkered flag, for things to populate. It's probably in there somewhere, we just haven't figured out where that's at yet. But that's something that we have been kind of toying around with. We just haven't found that key piece of code, I guess, as far as that allows things to populate in when a checker flag flies. Definitely have the caution flag one, that's for sure. So yeah, we're all good on this. So from here, I've got the layer template, I guess, to be able to adjust, for example, the coloring of that black area of the stands, as well as the positioning of these railings. I don't really need anything more here, so I can close some of this down. Time for a little bit of cleanup. Don't need that, and we got our seating area as well as our stairs, so it's all in there. That turned out pretty nice, actually. I'm not too disappointed with it. And we can close this out. Cool. Good deal. Alright, so let's go ahead and get out of this. Just closing some things down so I can get this prepped up, I guess, as far as so we can check this out in the sim. Alright, let's get some things moved over here. We need... Why that keeps turning on there. Let's turn that off. Okay. So, here's our... This way. Okay, let's turn this on so y'all can see what the heck I'm doing here. There we go. So this is in our game track directory. So I got the Texas 2020 key track over here. So we want to get our new victory lane. We already got all the other things from last stream as far as the I&I adjustments, and that this PTF that I just saved is going to include all those adjustments that I made to the pit area, as well as this the victory lane, the new victory lane position and stuff like that. So all of that's still going to be maintained, I guess, as far as from last week. So we still need to bring all those items over. So let's go. Let's see. Let's go like that. You know, I keep forgetting I got this. There you go. I need my pinned places here. So let's what do I need? I need torches folder. Where's torches folder? There. Our 2020 build. That should be right there. There's the track. And we need to pull out some items here. So we need, in this case now, we only need the victory lane stuff. Like I said, everything else is still there, and that new PTF. Those two and that PTF. So it's, oh crap. Yeah, there it is. I was trying to find a darn thing. You gotta get rid of some of these PTFs here. Makes it kind of difficult. So these are the three things that we should need: the new 3DO for the victory lane, our new MIP, as well as the new PTF. I'll include that positioning for that, as well as everything that we did last week. Okay, copy. those and put those into our track edit. Game track directory. No. Now it should ask for me to replace the Victory Lane 3DO as well as the MIP. PTF not so much. Yep, so we got those two items, which are going to be the Victory Lane and the MIP. That's all I want. So that's that and that. That's just to confirm that is what I now. So what I'll have to do next is to, I don't know if I got a backup. Yes, I do. So I'm going to delete this one. That's from the previous deal. And we need to back up the PTF here. From the last time we were able to test it out. Okay, so back that one up. Now we got to find our new PTF. Rename that. It's this one right here. So I'm going to copy the name of the folder so we can make sure we get it named the same as the folder. Always the best option for that. Rename that. There. Now we should have everything set up to where it needs to be. Gonna check this out in the sim. Alright, so let's get this, see if we can load this up here right away. Alright, let's get our handy dandy profiler up and we'll run the sim. So if we can initially get it to load in testing, then we should be in good shape. So I am using, just for reference, so the Splash and Go 2003 NASCAR Winston Cup Series mod. So it's basically just a new rendition of the original, the OG Cup mod, the Cup Series that came with the sim. This is done much better though, way better. All right, so we'll go to testing mode. There's our track, and it should load. So far, so good. So we got our Victory Lane. We can see that in there. Let's switch that. Yeah, we can see our Victory Lane from both pit cams. We'll hit drive. Loads that way, so far we seem to be in good shape. Now let's go to race real quick. Yep, so the car loads in there, so all that plays out well, I guess, as far as like that. We don't get it to crash or anything like that as far as going to that mode. Now let's go to single race. This is what we really want to do, right? I'll probably go back to testing, but I just want to test this really quick here, just in case if there is any problems. I guess when I load it in this fashion, we'll have to address that. Alright, it is loading up. Cars are populating in. Good deal. Alright, again, we'll hit drive. Cool. Now let's take a look at some of the AI cars going around. Go live, and we'll switch it to a different car here. There we go. Switch us over to spectator. Yes, I'm playing the tire squeal. Nice. It's pretty appropriate. Yeah, so we'll just watch some of the AI cars go around here. We should be able to see our Victory Lane. I'm gonna go back into testing mode just to verify, I guess, as far as how everything looks.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
We're not to that point yet, but we'll get there. Yeah, we are going to test those settings from last week for sure, yeah, as far as the pitting stuff. Alright, let's get it on. Let's go to a different car here. So we got something on pit road. See if we got one that's near Victory Lane. There we go. So there's a Victory Lane. We can see our stands. Looking good. Yeah. I'm liking how this is turning out so far. Alright, so initially what I want to do here is I want to set this back up to testing mode. And we'll test it out that way as far as the drive to Victory Lane and all that stuff. And then we'll bring it back to single race so that we can actually run a race and test those those deals that we changed there. All right, so let me get some things moved over. So far, we're in good shape. Give me just a second here. I'm going to mute the mic. I'm going to bring the wheel over, and we'll test all these things out properly. So give me just a sec. Alrighty then, that shouldn't be real. Now we're all set up here to be able to test your track out here properly. Alrighty then. Let's get the show on the road here. So we'll go back into testing mode here. Like I said, there real seconds here. I want to go and drive over to victory lane in that fashion to see how everything looks from that perspective. So we've been able to see it in the sandbox. We want to always be able to see what it looks like in the sim. Alright, let's back it up. So, score tower, obviously in testing mode we won't have any numbers populated on it, that's normal. As well as a video screen and no people in the stands. So in testing mode that seems to be all legit. So one of the other things I want to test here, we do have a population switch in this here. So if we do O key, that should go, that's the way that should work. Yep. That's working. You have that scripted, I guess, to be able to do it that way. Yeah, this looks pretty good. I like it so far. The fact that it, you know, just those two stands in there, it adds quite a bit to it. That looks pretty freaking cool. Alright, let's go. Probably look even better if we put some people in the stands there too. Voice. Yeah, so the fact that I got that too far over and it's clipping through that one side, you know, and the stairs there on that one, that's easily adjustable. But alright, let's go to, whoops, that's not what I want to do. Okay, let's do this. Replay. There we go, that's what I wanted. 2 Banes, look at that. Nice shot there. He's got a car in the victory lane. I think if we were to add more to this area, I guess as far as to add a little bit more concise checkered pattern that's usually in that area, you'd probably put that in there as a TSD, possibly. The fact that what we're sitting on, the car is sitting on anyway, you can see the lack thereof of the shadow from the car. That's an infield object, so that's in the form of a model. So to apply TSD above that shouldn't be too hard, but that's just an option. You know, just to kind of make it a little bit more definitive. Yeah, so what's the truck horn? Scaring the crap out of me. Yeah, I think this has turned out pretty good so far, for the most part. Yeah, other than I need to move that, like I said, the stands on in the foreground here, I guess as far as that needs to get moved over so it's inside that fence line. That's pretty cool. The other thing I wanted to check on here while I'm at it is I need to do this real quick. Okay, so what I want to do is check the reflection on that. I want to make sure that that is present. Okay. Winner's on timeout? Is that what it is? Is that what the truck horn was for? Alright, so what I want... Man, that sun, holy crap. Yeah, so there is no collisions, as we've pointed out before, because as far as that, so the fact that we can drive all through this, that's that's just part of that's the nature of it. What I wanted to see, get on a better angle here, out of the sun, for example, just for to see if we have the reflection on the windows. Yep. Very subtle, but it's there. We can always increase that if we wanted to, based on that mask texture, I guess, for that. Kind of pan out here too. Check this angle. Got that. Oh, it's kind of clipped in there. What's up with that? What's up with that? It starts clipping there a little bit, so that might be just a little bit of the. It's not terrible. See, I noticed that in that right side, I guess, of that building there, where that's clipping like that. That's what I'm paying attention to. Not sure why it's doing that. Somewhat random. Huh, so it must only be certain angles here. That's more or less probably the reflection map. Yeah, right there. Reflection map, which is that mask for the windows. That's probably doing. Why it's doing it, I'm not sure. Yeah, see how it's flickering like that? That's whether or not that can be fixed there. I don't know if there's overlapping polys there. See how it's, that's what I was looking for right there. See how it goes. You can see where the reflection is and where it's not. It's that I'm just kind of moving the car just ever so slightly. You can see how it flickers. That spot. There might be opposing polys there that I wasn't aware of. That might be part of that problem. Okay, that's just something to take into consideration. You couldn't play winner because the command is on. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Someone already did the winner. Yep. Okay, I gotcha. All right, so we're pretty good so far. Other than that, that's not really a major issue. I don't feel with that little bit of flickering there. We could probably fix that. Check out the model, I guess, as far as now. It might be a part of how the model was collapsed too. That's why I mentioned, as far as like when you notice those types of anomalies, that artifacting on the model, some of it might relate to, I guess, as far as the way you collapse it. Right, so the fact that I did it basically 3 pieces to 3 pieces, I might have to go like maybe 2 pieces at a time instead of 3 at a time. It might be something as simple as that. So that's something I'll take into consideration when I re-collapse it. And that's another reason why you want to be careful how you collapse. So it's like you've got like several pieces like we've had. The better part is 6 in this case. You don't want to be tempted to have to collapse them all at once, because more than likely what would have happened if I would have collapsed them all at once, we would have saw a lot more than what we're just noticing right now as far as that type of clipping. And it's just the way Max will collapse the model, I guess, as far as to get it all in one piece. And usually all it does entail, I guess, as far as to just use fewer pieces that you collapse at a time in one time. That might be just that simple, I guess, that. Okay. Let's say we get back into race here. I know this is what everybody was been trying to wait for, I guess, as far as since last time. We didn't get to do that last week. I'm kind of ready for it myself. Alright. Pretty productive stream so far, so I'm just closing some other things down here real quick. As far as just to kind of free up some resources, and cool. All right, so what we want to test here when we go into single race mode here is we want to test those pitting protocols. So we did apply some of those. Let me switch this over here real quick. Just for a second. Just to kind of remind everybody, I guess, as far as what we did last stream. Zoom in on this. So what I had done, excuse me. Why are you not zooming in? I'm on the wrong thing. I'm telling you. Brain fart. All right. So anyway, so what we had done was we had moved and added even as far as on surface types, for example. No, go extended. So we added to this apron area, and what we were trying to accomplish was not only to the spotter cues, but to have the exit to pit exit, I guess, as far as to be closer to these green areas. So both on entrance and exit, we want that spotter to cue post fact of this on this end, and obviously post fact coming into this way. So once we get into this region, and it's all based on that center point of the vehicle, right? Try to explain that all last time. So once the whole nose of the car or the vehicle on this end is past that green, it should say get down to pit road speed. So it's well before the active pit road as far as what's the dark blue, right? And so when on this end here, once the front wheels or the nose of the car passes this point, it should say we're clear, which means that we can speed up and not have to go pit speed. That's what we're trying to witness there. So that's going to be the main focus, I guess, as far as when we go into test in single race mode, at least anyway. Okay, so here goes nothing. Let's switch this back over. I'm going to turn that off. Okay, and let's get it all loaded up here first. Just doing testing. Single race. 17 laps, 41 vehicles, 42 including myself. Let's get that all loaded up. Alright. So now I'll go ahead and let's pause the background music there for a moment. We can hear all the sounds that are in the sim itself. Hopefully you can all hear those sounds. Let's go right ahead to, yeah, let's do some practice. Why not? Why not? Just so we can see what's. So we should initially be able to hear spotter cues, I guess, as far as in practice here. So let's see what we got. So we shouldn't immediately do it once I clear my own stall.
Clear to the wall. They're all clear. All clear.
See,
go hard.
So that's already an issue. That shouldn't be doing it. It shouldn't be doing it until we get up to this point. So immediately, right off the bat, that's already not queuing like it's supposed to. Okay, so that's something we'll have to adjust. And it may require us to have to apply that pit overlay, which is taking advantage, I guess, of using. You got the pit lane 0 and the pit lane 1 protocols in the I&I. We might have to do. I'm going to test this on pit entrance to see what that does too.
There you go. Go hard.
You guys behind me is like, get going, you slow poke. Testing things out here, guys. That's going around me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Alright, so let's check it out here. So let's see how this works on we're on pit entrance. Assuming that's probably not going to line up.
Speed 45.
Oh wow, that's way early. That was way early. Okay, so we're gonna have to probably make an adjustment, I guess, to this one. That one's probably easily enough to adjust. Yeah, that was way before that. We'll go back around
Don't
again.
speed. Do not speed here. Remember, 2,500.
Yeah, it was way before that green decal, I guess, as far as on the entrance there. So, and a lot of it does have to do, like I mentioned, with that that radius that's in that. It's a curved section. It's not a straight section.
Clear to the wall.
Yeah, see that there on
pit
pit exit there is way too early. Definitely way too early. So we'll have to look at some of the numbers there to see if what we can change. But at least we are getting some of that spotter cue, I guess, as far as. Now, it should also tell me up here that I'm clear, which I think it did initially.
There you go. Go hard.
Right after, almost right around that where that opening is in that backstretch wall, and that's about where we observed it, I guess, as far as in the I&I from last week. Okay. See where this cues. Watch for this. Listen to where this cues.
Pit road speed 45.
Way too
Remember,
early.
2,500
Okay.
seconds
So at
here.
least we know that. Alright, so we're going to make some initial adjustments here. Let's make some initial adjustments here. And like I said, it may require us to have to apply a pit overlay. Let's turn that back on for a second. Let's get out of this. We're going to make some adjustments here. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and get right out of that. close that session up. Now what we'll do, switch back over to this screen. You can see what all I'm doing, yeah. Let's do that. We're getting right back into our track edits here. I'm gonna skip over this one. And that one. Yeah, that one's fine. Okay, cool. Alright, so we're way early on this one. Basically in both cases. So we're way too early over here. It's clearing basically right after the very stall 0, basically, and that's what we don't want. Dang it. Slide this over here. Let's do that. So we need this back over. Gotta move some things. This is really difficult to have to do this with the wheel and over, but we're gonna make it work. Okay. Okay, so what we've got, let's zoom in on this. It's basically making us clear right after the first pit stall, which we don't want. So it's like we're right within these lines here. That's way too early. So let's look at our, oops, tangled up here. Okay, so we got to look at our I&I, track I&I. So let's do that. And our track edit here, and let's take a look at what we got here lines wise. Okay, so we need to look for the pit lane 0. And like I said, right now as it stands, we don't have a pit lane 1. That would be how you would apply a pit overlay, I guess, to this track. So the fact that the sim has the ability, I guess, being able to put 2 independent pit lanes. This originates, I guess, as far as from tracks like Bristol, that has the front stretch and the back stretch pits. That's why that's there. So for tracks that don't have two pit roads, you have the ability of being able to apply that as a pit overlay. So you can basically extend over, I guess, as far as the active pit road. Okay. So you're basically putting a pit road over another, and it works very effectively. It's been proven more times than one, I guess, as far as so what we've got here, pit lane N is 269.75. We're going to double check this. We're going to get our linear guide out and double check all this got here. Alright, so let's go linear guide, and that should be in the center of the track. As always. Should be, whoops, where'd it go? Should be a white dot on here somewhere. Where'd you go? There it is. It always initially populates right in the center of the track. Pull this out. See what we got here. So this linear guide will become your very good friend for doing this type of thing. So usually what I'll do, and a lot of this is going to be a review, I'll put this to 6 meters, which is basically the size of the vehicle. So 598, that's pretty close there. So that's roughly the size of our vehicle from head to tail. Okay, so what it's doing right now, look at our value here again. So we were at 269.75, and the value that I'm looking at is this one right here. That D long is what determines where the pit lane actually stops, or where it ends. Hence why they call it pit end D long. So what we're looking for is we're at 269.75. So it should actually be doing it way up here. That's interesting. Yeah, this is probably going to require us to do a pit overlay. It should be doing it way up here. This is what we got it set to, is like right there, roughly. And the fact that it's doing way back here, it's probably, what that tells me is we'll probably have to apply a pit lanes 1. And it's pretty easy to do, so we'll probably go through this really quickly, I guess, as far as to set this up. Alright. We're going to leave that value there. So also on pit lane start, 2117, I'm going to double check that one here real quick. What's nice? What'd you get? Oh, you risked good? You did risk good. Nice. Alright, let's go on this other end of the track here. Let's go down here. So it's 2117. Yeah, so the fact that it's doing as early as it is there, that's kind of crazy. I didn't expect it to be quite that early, so it's really spawning it right when you hit this apron near pits, which is not where we want it. That's so now that I look at this here, it's actually spawning that spotter queue right as you hit that apron near pits area. Because I noticed it right after this dashed line on the apron. Yeah, that's way too early. So with those two things in mind, it's definitely probably going to create the necessity, I guess, to create a pit overlay if we want that to function the way we expect it to. So to actually tell you get down to pit road speed, I guess, at this point and not way back here. For example, Grumpy Bot, yeah. All right, so 2117 is where we had it set up to, which was right about there. Okay, so that's where it should be. It's not. All right, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna leave these two values where it is. We're gonna create a pit lane 1 section, and then we're gonna need, as a part of that pit lane 1, we're gonna need at least the first 8 or so pit stalls, as far as to determine the very last pit stall and the very first pit stall. So and then you space that out, and you basically set those up to where you want that queue to be. And, you know, putting it in a nutshell at least. Okay. So what we need out of this is pit lane 0. We're going to copy all of this. Make a new section here for pit lane 1. Stalls, starting grid. Good. Okay. Just making sure. So generally what you want to do is, these stalls here are going to be related to pit lane 0. Right? So we don't want to affect those at all. Those are where we need them to be. So we're going to put pit lane 1 here. Like so. So this is going to be pit lane 1. This is going to be our overlay for the pit lane. Okay, and then we go into our starting grids from there. And what we will need, like I said, as far as like the first 8 or so, 6 or 8 stalls is usually pretty comfortable. Because as far as you want more than, say, like 4, you know, like only a couple or 4. Better to get like 6 to 8, sometimes even 10, you know, just to kind of safeguard it. That's usually enough. And then we'll populate these. Pit lane 1 section. Oops. To the end of that line. Paste those stalls. And then what we'll end up doing is basically offsetting all of these here so that they're beyond, I guess, as far as what these stalls are. So these are going to be what's considered the active pit stalls. These are the ones that you'll actually use to get service on the vehicle. These here will be offset, and in most cases just more than. But what we want to do, and specifically, is pay close attention to stall 0 and our last stall. In this case would be 8. So the way the sim reads that, it doesn't matter how many cars are actually on the track, it's going to still read that as the last stall and the first stall. That's how you kind of trick it, I guess, to understand, to invoke, I guess, those protocols, I guess, for the pit overlay. Okay. So we've already determined that where we want that to end. So we need that our first pit stall to be a little bit less than that. So what we're going to do is take our little jig here, a little linear guide, and basically just mock up where a pit stall would be. It's not going to be an active one, right? It's going to be fictional, I guess, in a sense. This is what's going to help the game determine. So it's like, okay, so the pit stall is up here and not in the pit lane 0. Bring it down here and I'll explain this a little bit. Be a little bit review for most of us here, but basically, so right now on pit lane 0, this is where it's saying, so once we clear that, you know, the vehicle clears that, it's saying that we're clear, especially once we hit this apron near pits, and that's not what we want. what we wanted to do is go by the pit lane 1 and say we're clear after that stall. So we've got it at 269, which is over here. We want that first stall on pit lane 1 to be like, say, right here. So behind where you have the pit lane end for that. So we're gonna set it like right here, which is at about 257 on the D long. And it doesn't really matter the deal. It's not a functional or active pit stall. All it is for the game to determine where the actual end of pit road and the first pit stall based on pit lane 1 actually exists. And this is where the overlay comes in here. You're actually extending the parameters out to the active pit road. Okay. So we want to set this to, what did I say, 257? Yes, 257 sounds good on the D long. So for this pit stall, we're going to set this to 257. And like I said, the D lat doesn't really matter. I mean, you can set it if you wish, but it's not really, like I said, it's not a used pit road. So just out of curiosity, what is it? So the D lat, which is not important, it's the D long, and that's going to be the most critical. 27.25. Just to humor it. So if this was to be used as an actual active pit stall, that's what it would be. Okay. So we'll set that way, and that's really the only one that's critical on this end. Everything else doesn't matter. Doesn't matter where you set those. If you want to set those to a different number, you can do that. You can add, just off something, you can do that. But the other one that's going to be the most critical is the last pit stall for pit lane 1, which is our overlay. So we're at 2117 for where we want that to actually start. So we would need to put that stall ahead of that. So it would have to be higher than this value as opposed to lower on the other end. So at 2117, we're going to go to the other end to see where that's going to fall. And I do have a video, I guess, on the YouTube channel, I guess as far as the J-Rock Nation YouTube channel, that explains a lot of this using what was the Dover build. Cover that very extensively, I guess, as far as to explain how all this works. Okay, so we're at 2117 on this end. Right, so that's about where we want that to queue. This is about right there. So we want that stall to be, and you can kind of play around with this. If it's too soon or too late, you can adjust that stall position. We're gonna go with this value right here. So it's gonna be 2123.60 in this case. So on this stall here, we do 2123.60, and then just for humor's sake, we'll put the D lat in there as well, which happens to be 26.21. Okay, so we'll do 26.21. And the rotation doesn't matter. Like I said, these aren't active pit stalls. So now what you can do from this point on is you can grab values from these pit stalls. That's another way you can get around that. So 2123, if we go take this stall, this values, it's another good way you can do that. So you want to add a little bit of, this is why you want to grab a few, to use in the pit lane 0. Okay, so we'll kind of split this up in half. So since we've got 8, well, basically 9 stalls, it's going to be a little bit offset, but that's fine. So if we split it around stall 3 or 4, so we'll do 2180 there, 2188. Just grab these values. So whether or not you spread those out a little bit or just use these same values here, it's not going to matter. I guess as far as that, what's the most critical is this stall and stall 0. 2188. So we'll do 2 more. 2196. Okay, and then the rest of them we'll do pit stall, so we'll grab this one. Actually, we can use this one. Second stall here. In a lot of cases, what will happen when you're using already active pit stalls and intermixing those with these stalls here, it's going to help it determine as far as like, okay, that one's being used, there's a car there, so on. It knows, it can determine, I guess, as far as that it is actually. So when you pair up some of the values that are already in the active pit stalls, as far as car, you know, stalls that are actually used for a pit stop, for AI or even your player car, that helps the sim determine. It's like, okay, I know that, I can see that it's already available up here too, so that's obviously must be legit. That's kind of just quality assurance, I guess, as far as when it comes to that. When you're using values that are already present, even in the other stall, the other active pit stalls. So all I'm doing is just taking ones that are in here and populating. No, so it's the only thing to it. So as opposed to just coming up with random stall locations that are lesser than the stall 0 and greater than the stall 8 in this case, just borrow the ones that I guess that are already available to you. Alright, so we got 2 more. Yep, so we'll grab, and that's probably fine just the way it is there actually, but I'm gonna go ahead and, so we got 207, let's do 9. I think that's already down in here. Yep. Nope, actually it's not. So that. And now I just got one more. So I can grab it either from the front stretch, or this one's at 2096, or from here. Either way. Let's grab this one. Let's get that one, not hell. Paste. Cool. That should be all we need to do. Now the fact that we've got these values here as far as the pit lane end and start the same in both pit lanes, you can play around with those too, just depending on if it's queuing the way you want it to. This as far as when you test it out, then leave it alone. If it don't, then you can play around with these to kind of, you know, separate these more from the pit lane 0. So the fact that we're keeping these all the same on the pit lane end and start in this case, just to see what kind of result we get, you can separate those out, you know, as far as, so what is most critical though is to make sure that where you potentially want the queue, I guess, to start in comparison to, you know, the respective pit stalls, make sure those are like this. So you got the 269, 257, and the 2117 and the 2123. Make sure those are the most critical. As long as you're doing that all in pit lane 1, what you set pit lane 0 to doesn't matter. So like if these are just random numbers besides what you want, wherever you want them to actually be, and pit lane 0 won't matter. The sim basically will negate it. But in this case here, just to kind of test this theory, I'm keeping them both the same, just to help the sim itself as far as to resolve any potential problems. I mean, it's like, well, this value is at 269, why is this one off? You know, why is it different? It might throw an erroneous spider queue, for example. So we're going to do it this way just to see what happens, and I think that's pretty much all we need to do. That's our starting grids are still there. That's pretty much it. The other thing you want to keep in mind when you do this pit overlay is you do not want to include your pit speed. If you do include that with your pit lane 1 area, make sure they're the same. Those do definitely necessarily need to be the same, because what the sim will do is it'll take the higher of the two values. So if you were to put the same section for the race control stuff as far as in pit lane 1, and let's say this one you had set to 50 and the pit lane 1, it's going to use the 50 instead of the 45. So if you do happen to put that in there, you can just leave it out absolutely altogether. But if you do put it in there, make sure they are the same. If they're not the same, the sim will always take the higher of the two values. Okay. Because essentially what you're doing here is you're telling the sim that pit lane 1 in this case has priority for the most part. The only thing that's really going to use out of pit lane 0 in this case is just the active pit stalls, which are these. which are physically marked as pit stall. That's probably another thing. So the only thing I haven't done besides what I just did is to actually make this area pit stall. We're going to see how this works. Sometimes you do have to apply the area where these pit stalls that you put in pit lane 1, you have to actually make it a pit stall area. Sometimes you don't. Just have to test it out to see how it turns out. In most cases, this is good enough. So we'll test it and see how it works out. If it does not work the way we expect it to, what we'll probably have to do is create this area as this area here will have to be pit stall. We'll have to include that in here so that it actually the sim will actually pick it up as okay, that is actually a pit stall. Hopefully that all makes sense. I know there's a lot to really consider, I guess, as far as when you do this, but there's plenty of adjustability when it comes to applying these to get it to work the way you would like. But if anything, like I said, it would only include us to have to create this area. Would be actually pretty easy. We could actually make this all pit stall or pit road even to include that area that we made as a pit stall for pit lane 1 to be in that area. So yeah, that'd be pretty easy to adjust without having to do anything at all on this end. This end might be a little different. We might have to add a F section to be able to accommodate putting pit stall or pit road, I guess, in that spot where we put it for the pit stall on pit lane 1 anyway. We're going to try it this way first just to see. So we're not doing anything to the PTF. The only thing that we've done to this point is just I&I edits. That's all we've done. Alright, so we're going to close some of this up here. Let's do that. Okay, so pit lane 1. Probably the other thing I do need to do is, yeah, that's probably the oversight on my part too. Now that I look at this again, I probably need to reestablish, I guess, the apparel inner pits too. This is going to be critical too. So this is really only for pit entrance, right? So right now it's set to 2148. Let's double check that here real quick. We might have to adjust that too. In most cases, that's going to be another critical piece for pit entrance, at least anyway. 2148. Yeah, we'll adjust that too. So that's actually right at this line, it looks like. Oh, maybe a little bit behind that. 2148. It's about right there. 2148. We may need to adjust that too. Yeah, let's do that. So we're going to put these values more to the area that we were at. So we got our pit stall in that over here. So we're going to put it closer to this decal, which is going to be around the 2117. You want to keep in mind though, you don't want to have values related to this as well as your pit lane start to be the same. You want to have a little bit of buffer padding in between those. So even if we were to make this apparel inner pits deal, if we make it, let's say 2117 is there. If we make it a little bit before that, so say at 2114, that should be enough buffer. And again, that's another one of those values that you can play around with if it's not queuing exactly where you want it to. So we're going to put these at 2114. Okay. And basically what this line does, it kind of really establishes what's considered in officially in NASCAR to this day and age as a commit line. So once you pass this line, you're committed. You have to continue with your pit. So, which also invokes that spotter cue. Once you hear that spotter cue past that commit line, you have to follow through with your pit. Otherwise, you get penalized. And that's exactly what the sim will do if it gets set up properly. So we got 2114 on the D long. And there's two sides to this. So you have the one towards the inside and the outside. So I'm just double checking these. And 114, 1341, Yeah, so I'm going to adjust the delats on these two. We're going to do it at 2114. Actually, I might add a little bit to this one. 211420 on this one, okay? We'll do that and then set the delat to 12.20. So set that one here. This one can be a little bit more critical, I guess, than the other ones, I guess, as far as... So, all in all, these here can get really critical, as well as the very first pit stall in pit lane 1, which in this case is that and this apparel enter pits. Who's Couldn't tell or whatever if it was further up way or not. Listen. Nope. So that didn't adjust at all. So it's waiting. So what I'm observing as far as like it's just past. It's like once you hit that apron near pits colored area, because as far as the area that we got defined in our track, that's when it's queuing. That's not where we want it. So pit entrance still needs a little bit of help yet. That's about all. And I think I got a little bit of a cure for that. So exit is good. Entrance is not. Okay. Good to know. So let's go ahead, get out of that. So we're kind of weighed, I guess, opposite ends there. So far, we're in good shape. We're in the right direction. Moving in the right direction. All right, let's turn it back on. Okay. Let's get out of that. Switch this back over here. So let's do a little bit more adjustment here for the entrance side of things. And I think what we might have to do, just like I was saying, we might have to include a pit road, you know, as far as the extended. So let me get into that here. That might be what will be required, I guess, as far as on that end. Pit road. Switch that over. There we go. All right. So what we'll need to do most likely is to add an F section here. I guess this, to include this as at least. I'm wondering if I can scale that back. Yeah, this is something I kind of pointed out last stream there when I was saying the fact that this is such a big area. It's where it's queuing is right after, you know, right when you hit this. So as the vehicle hits that line in apron near pits, it's already queuing. And we don't want that. We might be able to get away with putting. I got a couple ideas here, but I'm just trying to think. So this, if we do it as, let's do this as apron. Let's go try something. That. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. So it's actually clipping that apron, I guess, as far as in that area that we're trying to actually define. And this is what's the problem with a lot of times, I guess, with having a curved section. So to get this precise enough, it's going to be tricky without splitting this out here. I want to be reserved, I guess, as far as not want to split this. One thing I could attempt to do just to kind of split the difference between here, I can add an F section and split it this direction from head to tail. So let's do this here. Let's do F section this way, and just to fill in that in there, we'll make this pit stall, and we'll still have the apron near pits there. We'll have apron here. We can make this still. I want to eliminate having apron near pits in this part at all. I'm supposing if I do split this here to where it's going to be real tricky though, because if any vehicle would be at the player vehicle, I guess, as far as if I were to set this up as apron near pits here and left this, say, as this is going to be tricky. Yeah, that could be an exploit, I guess, is what I'm trying to point out here. So if I put apron near pits here, if you stay far enough away from where this is, you wouldn't be able to see where this is, right? As far as when you're on the track. Other than if you notice the misskewing of the texture, you'd be able to exploit, I guess, as far as where that actually is. I'm thinking out loud when I say these things, but just trying to figure out what the best way would be to curve sections when you deal with this type of. It can be a pain. If this was more straight, where we had more of the area that we're actually trying to define, where we want the spotter queue to be, I guess, as far as get down to pit road speed, because we got this little sliver right here, that wouldn't be included in that. That creates a problem. And most would be pretty tempted, I guess, to want to split that to be able to, you know, eliminate that problem. I want to try and avoid that as much as possible. Is all. Let's see. Okay, so probably what I'll do, I'm going to leave this all apron. I'm just going to see how this works. The fact that we do have that little bit of chunk of this decal that's not in there, we got still the other half of it, you know, kind of dissected here on an angle. That still is. Plus we have all this. If we didn't have this much here, it might be more of an issue, I guess, as far as to be able to get that invoked. And we're way ahead, I guess, as far as, and plus where we got that pit stall that we had defined in pit lane 0, it's still well in this area. I think we should be okay. So I think what I'll do, leave that all apron or pits there. So just to kind of chew this down here so that just we can eliminate that whole option for the sim to say, yep, this is where your pit's starting. As far as that spotter cue, we don't want it there, we want it up here. So this is what I'm going to basically trick it into saying, nope, I want you to cue it here regardless. Now we could probably just get away with just doing just that, and that should be enough. But I want to ensure, I guess, as far as if we need to, if this doesn't work like we want to because this little sliver there, we might have to add an F section in here to actually add more pit road to this. So leave it closer to the wall here, for example. That might be the last, you know, the last resort we'd have to do. That would take care of two things. It would take care of this little chunk that's out of here that's not an apron or pits, that's actually an apron. And also, as you come onto pit road, the sim would not be able to confuse that, okay, there is actually a pit stall here if we do pit road protocol here, as far as the dark blue, or even a pit stall, one of the two. We'll see how this works this way. We'll have to save this PTF this way. Alright, so let's do that. Let's do save as, brand new PTF. Let's do, this is primarily for pit entrance, so we'll do adjust. And name this PTF appropriately, so adjust pit entry. That'll work. That's enough. Save that, and now we got to bring that over to our game tracker. Out of that. Okay, so now we got our new PTF. Let's still check to make sure we got that. So I did new victory lane, just pit entry. This is the one we want right now. Okay. Hit it in our game tracker. This one. So where's that? That one is. I have to make sure I don't get the SBX file that it creates too. So every time you do a persistence, you know, as far as a save in Sandbox, it always create an SBX. We don't need that. We need the PTF, which is relatively short for Papyrus Track file. I want to say that. Nice. Copy that. I'm doing this all on the other screen there, but I think you all get. Let's see. Darn it. There we go. Add over. So we already tested that PTF. So that backup that we had here, we don't need that anymore. We're going to back this one that we just previously tested. This one. No. And back up this other one. Now we'll back this one up since we already tested it, and that one worked. It's standing there. Okay. Rename that to our track folder name. Just doing a lot of busy work, in case anybody's wondering. It's just basically renaming that PTF, making sure. Alright, good to go. That's that one out. Switch this back over. Ah, lost my mouse, there we go. Alright, so I got it all moved over. So we didn't do anything to the INI, just the PTF in this case. So really the main focus then when we go into this one here is to test out pit entrance. Pit entrance. Pit exit seems to be almost right where we want it to be. I'm kind of satisfied with it anyway. Single race. Alright, track is loaded, so it's good sign, good sign. Alright, let's go ahead and turn the background music off again. Okay, here we go. Go right into practice. Now again, we can just kind of observe to make sure nothing else changed. I'm pretty confident, I guess, as far as pit entrance. Pit exits should still be fine.
Pit road speed 45.
So he's telling us whatever the pit road speed, but he doesn't give us the cue that we're clear until right there.
Clear to the wall.
Okay.
They're all clear, go hard.
It can maybe go up a little bit. I think it really depends on, because we got, and again, it comes down to that angled segment there. So the fact that I was a little bit closer to the inside wall, it did it a little bit earlier, so we can probably split that difference and bump it up just a tad more on that D-long. The car behind me is like, get your butt moving.
There you go, go hard.
Yeah, so even that cue there, yeah, he's staying. Get your ass on it. There you go. You wouldn't follow me for. Yeah, so let's check this pin entrance again. Alright, let's listen close. We shouldn't be where we were previously. We should be further up this.
Pit road speed 45.
That's better.
Eagle man number 25 under second gear.
Alright, we're going to go around one more time. I'll go, so again,
don't speed, do not speed here.
the thing to keep in mind with these curved
gear.
segments that we have, you know, because you've got that angle and it's not a straight segment, sometimes you might have to, you know, fudge a little bit, I guess, as far as on the D long in particular, I guess, as far as that where that actually cues. So let's try it out here. So yeah, further out from that decal, it's good, but inside, when I'm closer to the inside wall, it kind of cues a little bit early on that part. So we might have to split the difference and just kind of bump that D long up a little bit, so that regardless of where you're on that line, the vehicle will be clear of that D. And the same might be true for entrance.
There you go, go hard.
You all go on. I'm just testing pretty protocols here. Now, during a race session, obviously, it'll make a big difference too, as far as if it does actually invoke a black flag. That's something else you'd want to test for sure. So, closer to the wall.
Pit road speed 45.
That's actually not bad.
Eagle man number 25 under second gear.
That's pretty decent on the inside. Now, the outside. One more time. Let's go around on the inside.
Don't speed, do not speed here. Number 25 under second
Now, because
gear.
we're in practice, if you speed on pit road during practice, it doesn't matter. What's going to matter is during actual race.
5.
If you're speeding on there, whether or not it doesn't inflict a black flag on you.
Clear to the wall. They're all clear, go hard.
So far, I'm not happy. I was kind of like right in the middle of that decal, and that seemed pretty good. I liked that.
you go, go hard.
Alright, let's go further out this time on pit entrance here. I want to go closer to the outside edge of that and see where that.
Pit road speed 45.
That's pretty good all the way across the board there.
Number 2500 second gear.
So even with that little sliver that we're missing there, it doesn't really seem to hurt it too much. I think it's pretty good. Happy with it. And you could probably adjust it, like I said, you know, that just a little bit. You want maybe a meter or two, either way. That's probably about it. All right, now what we want to do, let's go right to race. We're going to assume that we're happy, I guess, with the outcome of this. Good compromise? Yeah, I guess as far as just to kind of bump it up if we need to. I think more on the pit exit side. If you tend to be closer to the inside wall, like I said, it tends to cue it a little bit too early, so you might just want to bump it up a couple of, like a meter or two, on that between the pits. No, the pit stall you could probably leave there, but probably just on the pit lane end value for pit lane 1. Okay, let's go into race. We're gonna start from the back. And we want to test and see if it does actually invoke a black flag on us.
Drivers,
and we don't comply, I guess, as far as maintaining pit road speed on both entrance and exit. You think it's good like it is? Well, then, like I said, if you're happy with that, there is room for adjustability. I guess is all the only thing I mentioned. There we go.
Drivers!
So I'm not going to be focusing too much here on the racing. I just want to focus on coming in and out of the pits. So I'm going to initially test pit entrance. We're going to come in hot and actually see if it will invoke us a...
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
I'm kind of far back, I guess, to do that, but yeah, that's appropriate. Yeah, so that was another thing that we didn't get to see from last week. Torch had adjusted the starting grid, full place starting grid. The fact that they are shifted over, so they're not in the pit stalls, for example. So I don't know if anybody noticed that, but that was one of the things we didn't get to see last week. That was another change that was made. So on the full pace lap, they're all on the pit lane as opposed to being, especially that inside line being closer to the pit stalls, the active pit stalls. Alright, so we're going to make sure we get a green flag, and then we'll go at least do a lap, and then we'll come into the pits nice and hot. Now, as far as above that 45 mile an hour speed limit that we're supposed to be at, and we'll just see if it does invoke us a black flag, I guess, for not complying.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll walk in front of you. You can go get them. Alright, man. Pace car's in. Get ready. Bring a gun.
Yeah, we want to make sure we take the green flag first initially. We'll do one lap. We're going to come in this next time around. Give those guys plenty of room so we can test all this stuff. Let them duke it out. Oh crap. That's not what I wanted. I was hoping that wouldn't happen.
All the way to the line. Big piece of debris at the,
Oh crap.
60% marker. 1 and 2.
Ooh,
You
the
got a
frame
wreck.
rate lost there.
Down the back stretch.
A lot of this is a very detailed mod. So the fact that even from the is he done?
Clear low.
Stepping I was trying to talk to. Anyway, this is a very high detailed damage model just for that. So the fact that it went down so low, that's not at all a problem with the track. That's just the mod. But we do want to test these mods that are out there, you know, with the track. So we want to balance that out properly. So yeah, the frame rates did go down quite a bit, but a lot of that had to do with the mod. There was a lot of cars that wrecked in that.
Zero.
Alright, so we want to make sure we're in a green flag. We don't want to do this during a green flag stop.
25.
You say the 25? Where's he at? Yep, Nemechek. Okay, so wherever he's at, we're 5 seconds behind him. Yeah, this PJ1 over on this end of the track too looks pretty good. Is it just me, or does it seem like the banking on this end of the track is so daggone steep? Maybe it's just because the other end is so
Good job, man.
so low.
Here. Keep being consistent. 44.7.
I mean, that is all based on LiDAR. So.
Slow down, Junior. Got the speed fender on it.
Man, they got some racked up cars. Holy smokes! Better them than me. And so we gotta wait till we get another green flag. I had it on 17 laps, so we should have. That's already a good couple laps under caution so far. Okay. So we probably won't go by next time by. That was a big wreck. So the sim will probably have a good another couple laps of caution at least. Probably speed that process up there. There's no way we can. I could turn yellow flags off. I guess there's that too. Yeah. Now that I think of it, I do have the ability, I guess, as far as just to turn yellow flags off. So if we don't go green, at least by next time by, then that's probably what I'll do, just to kind of expedite the process of being able to test the pitting protocol. So I want to be able to definitely do coming in, speeding, I guess, as far as under green flag, not necessarily caution. I can do it under caution, absolutely, but I think it's more prominent, I guess, as far as when you're trying to pit under green flag conditions, that you always run that option.
Come on, keep digging there, keep digging. Come on. There you go.
You're always tempted to come in too strong because you want to go as fast as you can to not lose too much track position as you're pitting under green. So that's going to be the more prominent time to definitely be able to pit. So you don't have to. I don't have to test this under green. I can definitely do it under caution as well. But I guess that's what I think of as far as, like, you don't usually have to worry so much as, because you're already going to be down, the way you're pacing, you're going to be down on speed. So it's usually not as much of an issue. So that's one of the things I take into consideration as far as for league races. You get guys, they try to push the envelope as far as to try and speed and use that whole idea, I guess, as far as, well, the first pit stall is way up there, and they try to get all the speed that they can, getting up there, like, and they'll slam on the brakes, prior to getting to that first that active pit stall, and that's how they are able to gain that much more time on pit road as far as not getting tagged, I guess, for speeding on pits. That's why you add this pit overlay. Kind of eliminates that exploit that the sim has by default. Should go green this time. Next time. Not? No, that was a pretty big wreck, so I guess we're having that. Okay. We're going to try this under caution, I guess, again.
You want to go right here?
Oh, we are going. Okay, cool.
Bad row. Stay behind. 25.
I thought they already did pass it, but I guess I was wrong.
1 minute 30.
What's 24%?
3.
What's 24%? What do you mean? You meant the length of the race. I got it at 17. 17%. I don't know if that's what you meant or not. Oh, banking. Oh, 24 degrees. Yeah, I don't doubt that it probably is. It just looks so much steeper on the other end when I'm in this view in comparison to this end. You don't really understand, I guess, as far as how much. 24 degrees of banking is quite a bit. I think the backstretch, I think, are what, like 9, 10 degrees, something like that. Which is where we're at right now. We should be going green this thing. Bye-bye. So hopefully we don't get another caution. We got a lot of wrecked cars, though. Holy smokes. There goes nothing. Yeah, at least we get to see how everything else looks and functions, I guess, under these conditions. Yeah, 9 on the... Yeah. Yeah, we did the percent there. It's like we don't have a degree symbol, I guess, on the...
Go get them. All right, man. Pace cars in.
All right, come on. Stay green.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Go around me. Go ahead.
Outside.
Man, he's losing his, he's missing the hood.
1:28.08.
Yeah, so we got a little bit of taste of how that grass works, I guess, on the front stretch there. Kind of clip the left wheels over that. And we'll let those guys go. So now we're going to try and come into the pits. No more wrecks. Scared the heck out of me. I thought for sure I was ever wrecking again. Alright, here we go. We're going to come in nice and hot. I'm going to make sure we're over 45.
Pit road speed 45. Need to amend that for 2,500 second gear.
I'm not going to actually pit. So we did come in hot. And when we clear the other end there, it should give us a black flag. Now we're just going to try and play coy like we didn't do anything wrong.
7.7.
But it should tag me.
2. 1.
I was definitely over speed limit when I came into the pits there. It should tag us after we clear this in.
Clear to the wall.
Sure does. Alright, so
They're
that
all
works.
clear. All clear. Go hard.
That's what we want.
Yeah, black flag.
So now we'll come in and clear it.
The hell happened now?
Still under green flag.
We're fucking speed.
So that
We're going
works.
by a tachometer. We can't even get a good fucking read. What the fuck do they expect? If they want to,
Love my spot.
correctly
Junior
gauge
spotter
the
pack.
road speed, they need to get the
Good old
fucking
Junior.
kind of they can fucking do this fucking bullshit. 1,010. Just concentrating on getting up pit road here as hard as you can there. There you go. Go hard.
I love it. I miss Junebug, I guess, as far as like that. He always gets so animated, I guess, as far as... Alright, so we're going to come in here and we're going to see if it'll clear. So we're actually going to come in here. And with it being that way, it's going to be a stop and go. This under green flag.
Pit road speed 45. Need to amend that for 2,500 second gear.
See, we gotta get him some practice anyway. Come on, stop. Oh man,
There
that
you
was a
go, go,
slow
go.
stop.
Pit road speed 45.
That was a slow
Need
stop.
to amend that for 2,500 second gear.
Usually like to get him under 50 seconds. So done everything like we should have. That's usually what most drivers will do. Is they'll just might as well go ahead.
Speed, do not speed
Go ahead
here.
and pit and sit.
Remember, 2,500 second gear.
I could try and
41.4 7 0.
should clear it. Past this.
Clear to the wall. They're all clear.
No.
All clear. Go hard.
So
Yeah,
something's still
flag,
broken there.
The hell happened now? Guess we're too fast entering.
Okay.
We're fucking speeding. We're going by a
There it goes again.
tachometer. We can't even get a good fucking read. What the fuck do they expect? If they want to, correctly gauge pit road speed, they need to get the fucking kind of they can fucking do this fucking bullshit. 1,010. Come in, next down by. Yeah, to stop on the side. Yeah, black flag, 64 in. The hell happened now? You'll see the cone down here off pit road. That's where we gotta be at speed still. Hold tight, Junebug. Hold tight.
I'm gonna do a drive-through this time around.
Coming in this time. Alright, I'm in this time. Stay on the apron until we get over there off two. There you go. Go hard.
Alright, we'll get down to speed. Ref.
Pit road speed 45. Need to amend that for 25
drive
second
through.
gear.
I know the sign was out there, but we should be able to do this with just drive-through.
1:20.
I mean, it might be even be the fact that I might have even been going like 47, or a little bit more than 45 when I came in that last time. That's why it tagged me again. Should clear it.
Clear to the wall.
Oh,
They're
still
all
not
clear.
clearing,
All
so
clear.
something's
Go
still
hard.
broken.
Yeah, black flag 64 in.
Alright, let me try and stop this time.
Alright, I'm in this time. Stay on the apron until we get over there off.
That should have cleared it, technically. Usually, any type of speeding, you can just usually drive through. I know the sign was flailing
There you
too.
go.
So.
Go hard.
Okay. Oh, someone spun out there. I think there must have been a solo spin. Look at that. Well, that smoke there. Somebody spun out. Alright, we'll do a stop. See if I can get it to clear at all.
Pit road speed 45.
Okay, so that Q is actually
for
coming
2500 second gear.
It'll just stop me. This was a stop and go, yep. I think that penalty is... I forgot what it... Yeah, so that's in the INI as well, as far as how much of a penalty cost.
Go, 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 go.
We're on the final
Pit
lap.
road speed 45.
Shoot, let's see, I don't even know if we might not have enough time for it to clear it. Yeah, it might not even matter now. Shoot, I ran out of
Don't
laps.
speed, do not speed here.
Son of a gun anyway.
Remember, 2500 second gear. White flag, one to go at the line.
Yeah, I don't have enough laps left.
Clear to the wall.
Yeah.
They're
just
all
checking
clear,
it
all
out.
clear, go hard.
Yeah, I don't know if it did clear it or not. Just bring out the checkered. Alright, so we're gonna have to try this again. Alright, let's go ahead and retire. We're gonna try this again. This time I think what I'll do is I'll leave off yellows. Leave off yellows. Let's turn off yellows. That way, if we do get a caution, we don't have to worry about the yellow flags. Okay, I'm gonna go right to race. I'm liking where the Qs are. As far as on both ends there, it's just the way the black flags get cleared. So in most cases, as I was saying, as far as like when you speed in the pits, it's usually just a drive-through under green flag. Under cautions, if I remember right, I know the actual rules are different in today's races, but I think under caution you do have to stop and go. Whereas if it's green flag, you can just drive through. So that's why I wanted to kind of do a green flag stop. 5 degrees on the straights? That seems like a lot more than 5. But okay. Alright, let's go right to race. So yeah, what I'd really like to be able to test is actual green flag, which would only be required, I guess, to do a drive-through and not necessarily stop and go. But I think that was what the difference, what I was dealing with there, is I should have done a stop and go on under caution for that particular black flag that I got. Alright, here we go. So I got yellow flags off, so even if they do wreck, caution won't come out, so I'll be able to test still under green flag. Oh, I got another car. Okay. Right, we got Kyle Petty on the inside of us here. How we doing, Kyle? What's up? What's shaking? Yeah, this is PJ1 over in this end. Yeah, see, this is from this perspective, in this view, which I can't really drive this way. I'm just doing it, I guess, for the purpose of testing here. But look at how steep this is. That's only 24 degrees.
All right, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll watch in front of you. You can go get them. All right, man. Pace car's in.
Gotta
Get
take
ready.
the green flag
Grang,
first.
grang, 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 grang.
Give them guys enough room. So if they go ahead and wreck, we don't have to worry about it. They did it on the back stretch of that last race, so we'll see what happens this time. A lot of times when you run these types of races, it's kind of like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. Yep, so they didn't wreck that time. Alright, so we're going to try and pit under green flag. Alright. We're going to come in hot.
Pit road speed 45.
Definitely came in hot.
There you go, man. Remember, 2500 second gear.
Give us a black flag. As long as it stays under green flag, that did turn the yellows off. Should only have to do a drive-through. It does invoke a black flag.
Okay, go, go, go.
We'll make sure to maintain
45.
pit road
Eagle, man,
speed.
member 2500 second gear.
Maintain pit road speed. Play coy. I didn't come in fast. It should give us a black flag for coming in so hot prior to the
1
after
11.
the line there.
1 2.
Green decal.
9.
Yeah. So on this end, it should give us a black flag.
Clear to the wall.
It did not.
They're
Okay,
all
so that's,
clear, all
that's a
clear,
little
go
bit of an
hard.
issue. So it's telling me we might have to apply that that pitting area. I guess as far as that definition. I guess as far as on pit entrance. Let me try it again here.
There you go, go hard.
Stand the apron here and
Leader
stay out of the
coming
way.
up.
We're gonna try it again. We're gonna make sure we come in nice and hot. Yeah. So far, it's not giving us a black flag like it should be. And nice and hot.
Pit road speed 45. Eagle, man, member
That
2500
definitely should
second
have
gear.
been. Even hotter than a molasses on a July.
Okay, go, go, go. Pit road speed 45.
Alright.
Eagle, man, member 2500 second gear.
Maintain speed here. I could probably speed here just to make sure I get a black flag, but I want to really test out as far as how fast you're coming in past that line. You got to be down to speed
29.35.
prior to that
7.
line. There we go.
Black flag.
That was definitely hot. Okay.
What the hell happened now? Again, we're too fast entering.
So again, it comes down to how soon do you want that? I don't want to say this. So how much?
If they want to,
Let's let Junior finish.
correctly gauge pit road speed, they need to get the fucking kind of they can fucking do this fucking bullshit. 1010. Just concentrate on getting up pit road here as hard as you can there. Clear to the wall. They're all clear. All
Love
clear.
it.
Go hard.
Freaking love it. Anyway, what I was
Go
saying,
hard.
this is the adjustability that you'll have in there as far as how sensitive do you want that to be as far as how deep will you allow vehicles, I guess, to go before they get black flag. So really what we want to do as far as like prior to hitting that line, even as you're sliding through that line, that's when it invoked it for me. We need to get this cleared this time. So I'm going to do a drive through at pit speed.
Pit road speed 45. Eagle, man, member 2500.
Should clear
second
this.
gear.
If it don't clear, then that's a bigger problem. But made sure that I was down to speed, I guess, prior to it queuing that spotter cue, as well as that decal. That's so we got our visual and audio cue.
0.5. 4. 9.
Clears, please clear. All right, we're
Clear to the
good.
wall.
So that's the
They're
way
all
it should
clear.
work.
All clear. Go hard.
That's the way it should work. Now, where we're at now, as far as like again, I don't feel it. In my opinion, it's not sensitive enough. As far as because I was able to slide in pretty well. So even with that stall that I was in there, it went in pretty deep. I guess for lack of a better way. So I'm gonna do it a little bit
Go
sooner.
hard.
I'm gonna go in a little bit later. So I'm gonna start on the brake as far as well past that decal, just to see what it does. So even as it's saying, get down to pit speed, I want to see. So I did it a little bit earlier, so I kind of slid, but I was going a good 80 miles an hour or so once I got that black flag. So. All right.
Pit road speed 45.
All right.
Eagle,
That should
man,
give us
member
another black
2500
flag.
second gear.
There was definitely going over 45 even after I passed that decal. I kind of kept it somewhat in the middle there too. It's all on a green flag, obviously.
Okay, go, go, go. That was a hell of a stop.
That was a good
Hard to get on
stop.
pit road, everybody.
That was a good stop. Hell yeah. Anytime we can get one under 15 seconds there, it's a good stop. Go a little bit closer. Speed. I just don't want to speed out here.
1 minute 40.
They're actually wrecking out there. Holy smokes.
0.6. 3. 9.
This should black flag us. As it does. Okay, that's good. Another drive-through.
What the hell happened now? Guess we're too fast entering. For fucking speed, we're going by a tachometer. We can't even get a good fucking read. What the fuck do they expect?
I know. This never gets tired. This never gets boring.
Gauge the road speed. They need to get the fucking kind of that can fucking do it. It's fucking bullshit. 1010. Just concentrate on getting up that road here as hard as you can there. Clear to the wall.
Okay, another drive-through. See if you can clear it.
Go hard. There you go. Go hard.
Okay, this we want to make sure we're out down to pits. Yeah,
pit road speed 45.
We're good.
Need to remember 25.
So you actually physically have to make sure that you're down road to pit road speed once you pass. So you had to do it when you come through the drive-through, right? To serve the penalty, you have to make sure you pitted the way you should have in the first place.
3, 6, 2.
Without speeding. So this should clear. Perfect.
Clear to the wall.
All right. So really, all it comes down to it. You know, so on both ends, it seems to be working pretty good. So what it really comes down to now is, we'll go ahead and retire. Do a little bit of summary and review on. So the race was over. I retired. That's right. Go ahead and get out of this. All right. So what it really comes down to now is how much more sensitive you want that to be than it already is. To me, I don't feel like it's sensitive enough. I would like it to have it much sooner than I'm actually. So what I was witnessing. Let's do this. Switch this over here. And go back into our track. So what I was witnessing, just to kind of review this a little bit. So as our vehicle was coming across here, I was sliding through this. It was actually, I was going pretty fast even post-fact of that, right? But it's like, it almost seemed like it needed to be a little bit further back. The only way we can accomplish to get any more to that is to do one of two things. Either split the segment, or, which I highly not want to do, or to change where our pit stall is as far as to be on this side instead of on this side. So that pit stall that's over there is just to move it over on this side, because we got that little piece that we're missing as far as where that apron near pits is. That's the only thing, that's the only downside that we have to this. So that's what's kind of working against us here, is the fact that we've got this dissection here of that decal. So it's not allowing us, I guess, to get it more precisely. So like what I would like to see, you know, just to kind of clarify, I would like to see if you're right on this line, like the center point of the car, and the nose is over that decal, I would like to see it invoke it. It's basically waiting until we're well past that before it will invoke it. That's what I would, you know, that's what I'm witnessing. So for me, I think it's a little too late, I guess, as far as that goes. I would like to see it if your nose is going too fast once you get into this. So like at this point on the screen, it should be tagging you, and it doesn't. So like I said, one of the things that we could probably do to kind of help that matter is to adjust the ionize so that the pit stalls over here instead of here. That might fix that. Whether or not you want to do it that way, it just depends on if you want to change the sensitivity of that cue. That would be your option, at least anyway. Back got some rest and warmed up, I guess. Really? Yeah, there you go. Hey, that's a pretty good dose of shot there. Nice. Yeah, so I'm kind of conflicted, I guess, right at this point here, because what I would probably like to do, I mean, it's not bad the way it is, don't get me wrong, because I think if you're coming in hot here, especially under green flag conditions, when you're coming in hot here, definitely it is considering, as far as where that is there, and it's taking into consideration where that pit stall is, which is roughly right here for pit lane 1, and also this defined area for apron near pits. It's queuing all that stuff up there. But again, in my opinion, it's it's kind of doing it a little too late, because it's waiting until the car is almost completely clear of that green decal before it actually considers that you're going too fast. And that's what we got working against us, is that edge that we're missing here. If we had more of that apron near pits encompassing, I guess, this green decal. And granted, we don't want to move this green decal. If that's where it is in actuality, we don't want to adjust that. But our only other option would be to split the segment to add what we're missing here for that. And we definitely don't want to do that if we have to. In order to accomplish, what I would like to see, that's not really an answer, I guess, as far as to correct that. So, probably the worst of the two situations would be just to move the pit stall and pit lane 1 to out here, as opposed to, so say for example, if we move it to 2108, the only problem is you wouldn't have that area, I guess, as far as with the apron near pits. You'd have to so I don't even think that would work the best anyway, without splitting this segment that I've got highlighted here. So I don't even think doing that would correct that, because you'd be beyond, unless you were to adjust the app rule inner pits as well to where this is at, which would be before that. That could be an option. So if you moved your app rule inner pits, say on this side, so take this corner of the decal, and that would go straight across in that segment. And by straight across, it would be following this line, not so much this way, be more in this direction. So you have to consider that angle that's there. That could be an option too. I guess we'll have to ponder that, I guess, as far as whether or not we put the app rule inner pits on this side, as far as instead of where we got it here, which is on this side. So it basically covers this area instead of this area. And then we'd have to move that last pit stall in pit lane 1 accordingly, as far as to accommodate that repositioning of the app rule inner pits. So it's not 100% bad the way it is. It does inflict a the main thing that we're trying to accomplish here is disallowing us as far as being able to speed sooner rather than later, and that's definitely what it's doing. So if we didn't have this pit overlay, what would happen is it would have let me speed in that area. What it would necessarily consider you being down to pit road speed without applying the overlay would be that very first pit stall, coming onto pit road. So that's what we're trying to eliminate, and we definitely did accomplish that. The fact that it's considering it down here instead of up here, the way it does by default, that's definitely a good thing. Pit exit there is definitely spot on, that's for sure. I'm kind of liking the way that turned out, the way that cues down on this end, and it's more straight on this end than it is curved. And like I said, what I did notice as far as it does tend to say clear, I guess, as far as on this edge when you're closer to the inside wall than it does when you're to the middle or outside. And that's, again, taking into consideration that angle that we've got here. So all that would include is as far as just adjust the where the pit lane ends, which right now is at 269.75. Left my linear guide down in this end. Let's move it down here. So if we consider to move it forward just a little bit, so instead of 269.75, we can go like, like 270. So just move it up like maybe even a meter. That would kind of, split the difference, we guess, between that inside lane and the outside. So regardless of what you do, if you clear it on the outside, closer to the outside of the screen decal, or on the inside, the vehicle would be more clear of that decal regardless. So we could just bump this up to 270.75, and that would probably fix that. In fact, I'll go ahead and do that. I'm pretty confident in that. Save that. Fuel beans. All right, so all these changes that I'm making here, these are all just testing parameters here. So whether or not that's actually what we go with, I guess, as far as on the track there, that's still be determined. But I think for the most part, that's pretty decent. I think it gives a good explanation as to how adding that pit overlay protocol works. So hopefully that should be the main takeaway from this. Is all. All right. I think with all that being said and done, I'm pretty well spent. So is there anybody else that doesn't have any other additional questions or anything like that? That's pretty much where I'm gonna call it good. Appreciate everybody sticking around, I guess, as far as for what is Spline Design Studios Saturday, and I hope you did get something out of it. Do it. Torch says, do it. You know, not everything that I do is to be considered, I guess, as far as written in stone, if you will. There's plenty of room for judgment, I guess, as far as like, well, he's a little, too much off, I guess, on that, way he's got that there. There's certain ways I like protocols, I guess, to be able to happen. There's different things, but there's a lot of adjustability. I guess that the other main big takeaway is there's a lot of adjustability in how you apply this. But you have to make sure for every other value that you change in one area, you have to offset that or counter that with another adjustment somewhere else. So like if you're adjusting, for example, I need to adjust it here too. Almost forgot that. So I did it in pit lane 0, but not here. This is going to be the critical one, is the pit lane 1, so I got to do it here too. So when you adjust it here, you would also have to, say for example, adjust the pit stall, because you didn't move that. But because it's only a meter, that shouldn't be too bad. It just depends on how much you're adjusting it. So in this case, the fact that I only bumped it just 1 meter, which is only about 3 feet, probably won't need to adjust the first pit stall. That should be fine. And I'm pretty confident in that. But if you wanted to adjust this pit stall up the same amount, you can do that without a problem either. But I think you just got to be careful. I guess the main thing that I'm trying to mention, I guess, is in a lot of cases, just adjusting one line without adjusting, a counter to that can create not so good results. Okay. Everything else seems to be going good. I hope now that I've gotten a chance, I guess, to be able to show the things that we didn't get a chance to show last week. Pretty cool. Shot. What Torch said. Do it. Right? 25 months. Man, has it already been another month? Holy smokes. That time flies when you're having fun. Alright, we'll go ahead and save this again. But anywho's, yeah, if there isn't any additional questions or anything like that, I've been kind of leaving it open, I guess, for anybody to kind of summarize themselves, I guess, as far as what they witnessed there. I know it's been pretty productive. We got quite a bit done. There's still a little bit of adjustment needed to make to the victory lane, but I think it's much better than it was. A few minor tweaks to the texture and such like that. I think it's all good. Appreciate that sub there, Torch. 25 months. I know it's probably been longer than that. Much like Racer James there. We haven't seen Racer James pop in. He must be busier on other things. I know he was asking me about, so I'll kind of throw this out to the general audience here. For those that would care to want to get into this, I do have, it's a very old series, I guess, as far as that shows the construction of a grandstand, from the scripting and everything else. But it isn't a 3-part deal, and it's very long-winded, for lack of a better way to put it. And it's a very old, it's like when I first started as affiliate on the Twitch here. It's very useful information. It's still relevant. It's just it's very long-winded, and you have to kind of skip through to get to the juicy parts that you need, I guess, as far as to get what you need, and as far as the scripting of the grandstand. Whether or not I do consider, I guess, as far as to make a more condensed version, I guess, of how to create those types of things, just much the same way I did as a pit overlay, and applying that highlighted segment that I did, I guess, about applying both transparency and reflection, I guess, to an object. Feel free to let me know if there is any interest, I guess, in that. I will definitely take into consideration, I guess, to make a more condensed version of a video, I guess, as far as to explain those key points. Alright, so we didn't make any more changes to our PTF at this point. We did make some considerations as to what we could redo, but so far nothing. Yeah, very productive. Alright, so what I am looking for is a potential raid target here. Let me actually keep this. Alright, let me switch some things up here. I'm getting hungry too. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see. That worked? Yeah, it was. Let's see what we got here for a potential raid target, folks. And then once I do find myself a raid target. We had quite a bit of interaction on stream today. I appreciate that. May not necessarily be everybody's cup of tea, and I totally understand that, but a lot of sound alerts shared. We had some biddies thrown. That's pretty great. Appreciate all that support. And Torch coming in, I guess, with that 25 months. Were you saving that, or did you just happen to notice? I guess that that's crazy. All right. I'm just looking for a potential raid target here. We did go to him last time. Find somebody new this time that we haven't done. Man, there's not a whole lot of people. Wow. Yeah. It's like most of the people I tend to follow are must be taking the night off or something. Well, if nothing else, we do have Brew Crews on. We have rated him before. Yeah, we'll go ahead. We'll go over to Brew. Brew looks like he needs a little bit of company over there. You just noticed it? Okay. That's fair. Well, it's a good thing you were able to do it, I guess, during stream there. Very much appreciate all that support there, too. Yeah, let's switch this over to raid scene here. I think we're going to give Brew Crew, I guess, let's go say hi to Brew Crew. He's doing some Farm Sim 19. Y'all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. If you don't come along with the raid, that's perfectly fine too. So we had some bits by Mrs. Firebat. Thank you those, Mrs. Firebat. Torch coming in with the resub. Yeah. So keep in mind though, if you do join in on the raids here, you do get some very well deserved and precious units of fluid as far as for joining in, as well as channel points. So you want to be able to supplement those. Definitely use that to your advantage there. All right, let's see if I can get this raid to work here. Oh, there's a jackpot. 500 units of fluid. Looks like Brew is currently on he's a BRB screen. All right, we're gonna go surprise him. Let's go surprise him. Let me put the link out in here just in case anybody doesn't know where it's at. You can feel free to go over there right away if you choose, but I am going to invoke a raid. Hopefully I can get that to go through, but just in case it doesn't go through as well, let's do it this way. Here y'all go. Feel free to go over there right away if you so choose, and like I said, and get this raid going here. So let everybody else know that's kind of lurking there where we're all going. Yep, there he is. All right, folks. Again, hope you have a fantastic rest of your weekend. A good start to the week, and we'll be seeing you again real soon. Bye for now.